Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. At this time, please rise for the playing of our national anthem. And there they go, Cristiano's Dream away in last. And that gives CJ's Grand Slam the early advantage. Holy Matrimony flanks him. Cristiano's Dreams into third. Then Make It in New York and Oliver with a twist. CJ's Grand Slam the lone speed. Holy Matrimony stays close in second. Cristiano's Dream made a mess of the start. He's a distant third. Make It in New York's about 6 or 7 off the lead with Oliver with a twist. 22 3/5 for CJ's Grand Slam, the leader midway through the turn. A widening 2.5 from Holy Matrimony. Break of about 7 lengths back to Make It in New York. Oliver with a twist and Cristiano's Dream. CJ's Grand Slam 2-5 on the board. The one to come and catch. Holy Matrimony's been chasing the chalk the entire trip. Make It in New York is a distant third. CJ's Grand Slam the lone pace. Once Cristiano's Dream made a mess of the start, all of the advantage was with CJ's Grand Slam. A comfortable winner. Here's Make It in New York, lengthening that stride nicely for second. Holy Matrimony third. Fourth place, Oliver with a twist. 4-1-5-3. The exacta $7.90. The trifecta $3.95. A 10-cent super $2.10. And there they go. Mission Cat is out for the lead. 5 Alarm Freakout is asked for speed. So too is Sweet Tooth Sue. Tumbles from the rail. Ever Graceful is vying for that third position. And the trailer is Subtle Giant. So Mission Cat, the favorite, is the quickest of the quick. And she leads by 2.5 to 5 Alarm Freakout. Tumbles has the third spot from the rail. A little more than 4 to find heading into the turn. Half a length to Ever Graceful. Sweet Tooth Sue second last at the tail. Subtle Giant. And Mission Cat is utilizing her speed to the fullest. Builds up nearly 4 lengths at the quarter pole. Ever Graceful's making a nice move with a wide run. Tumbles to her inside. 5 Alarm Freakout running with them. Mission Cat gradually coming back to her opposition. She still has 2.5 lengths to work with. Ever Graceful has momentum getting closer. Mission Cat, she's had a hard time finding this elusive second career score. And here's Ever Graceful to pick it up on the outside. Ever Graceful front and center. 5 Alarm Freakout was second. Mission $64.10. Super 423 $121.60. Race 3 will start our Wednesday pick 6. A nice one-day carry. And there they go. Stormy's in style, fleet of foot from the inside. A Georgie's Ladies also quickly into stride from the far outside. Go to Summer Nitro, Unbridled's Reign. A Free Shot is fifth along the inside, and the Lone Mare, Becky's Mission, a late runner, is the last of all. And Stormy's in style is a little quicker than Georgie's Ladies, 2 lengths through the early stages. Break of better than 4 lengths to Summer Nitro and Unbridled's Reign. A Free Shot is second last, headed by Becky's Mission. Stormy's in style at the 3/8, a diminishing 3 parts of a length to Georgie's Ladies, who looms live to the outside. They separate themselves by about 8 lengths to Unbridled's Reign, who tries to pick up her stride. Here's Georgie's Ladies claiming the top spot at the quarter pole. It's a break of about 4 lengths behind Unbridled's Reign to Free Shot, then Becky's Mission and Summer Nitro. And Georgie's Ladies has the lead. She's putting away Stormy's in style, but she's getting a little tired, and she's waiting on Unbridled's Reign, who's coming with her run. And there's Free Shot. So Georgie's Ladies needs this final 16th. Here's Free Shot with the momentum, and Free Shot's going to claim the top prize right on the line. From Georgie's Ladies, Unbridled's Reign. Scratched from the 4th. 1 Empress Pulpatine, corrected weight, 114 pounds. Giovanni Paredes is back to being a 10-pound bug. This is the first leg of our... And there they go. Regal Rebel wins the start. Empress Pulpatine has speed from the rail. Kitty Tintin strides into the 3rd spot. Albany 8's 4th, splitting those gals. MAS Scroovies, a little less than 4 lengths from first to last. Regal Rebel the speed. Almost a length to Empress Pulpatine. Tight spot for her. MAS Scroovies advances into a shared 2nd spot with Kitty Tintin. Albany 8's is at the back with 5 lengths to find at the 3/8. And Regal Rebel's the one to come and catch. She leads by better than 2.5 lengths from Kitty Tintin under a drive. Empress Pulpatine is 3rd, then MAS Scroovies. Albany 8 still at the back marker. Regal Rebel turns for home with the lead. And Kitty Tintin continues to chase this leader. Regal Rebel with the advantage at the 3/16, a length and a half for 2 to Kitty Tintin, who will not go away. Regal Rebel, Kitty Tintin's going to chase her all the way to the wire. Regal Rebel's up to the task. She's a gate-to-wire winner. From Kitty Tintin, Empress Pulpatine, and 4th place. It is now out of the Damn Queen Amera, owned by 315 Racing LLC. The winning trainer is the Finger Lakes Hall of Famer, John Grabowski, pick 4. And there they go. Bayou Melody away in last. Miss Circular Gal shows pace. Also there, We Don't Believe Her. Much better start for her. Let's Maga is showing pace. Riding on a winner wants to go. Shane's Risk is pushing from the far outside. Stabilize is somewhat forwardly positioned along the inside. And Bayou Melody was a slow starter. She's the last of all. At least there is pace on up front. And we have making the pace, We Don't Believe Her. From the inside, Let's Maga. Shane's Risk makes a move into the 3rd spot, now trying to take over 2nd. Bayou Melody's picking up her best stride along the inside. She gets within 5 lengths with momentum. We Don't Believe Her is the leader at the quarter pole. Shane's Risk about 3.5 behind her. And there's Bayou Melody with a big blitz into the 2nd spot. We Don't Believe Her on the class drop. Looks good at the 3/16. Bayou Melody trying to overcome the slow start. Far outside is Stabilized. Up the rail, Let's Maga. Then riding on a winner. We Don't Believe Her. We Don't Believe Her. She's back to her best stuff. A lot of past class for this mare. Her 11th career victory. Bayou Melody ran well in defeat. Made up a lot of ground after the slow start. I'm going to Stabilize. And riding on for Micro Dempsey, 2 pounds over the weight. Our 6 will start the late pick 3. Post time in about 23 minutes. Once again, fans, this Saturday our racing gates open up at... And there they go. Slow start for the lone debuter, Micro Dempsey. Zucker Race begins like a bullet. He has the lead from Bonco Medici. Brits Union tries to show pace. Likewise for Tizza Brown, the Last Chic, Baybank. Also there, one for My Brother and Palace B. Quite a cluster for that 3rd position. Uncle Taco's about 7 or 8 lengths behind the pace, which is now with Bonco Medici. Laws is second last, and Micro Dempsey's the last of all. And Bonco Medici has the lead heading into the turn, a length and a half. Zucker Race stays close from 2nd. Baybank is 3rd. One for My Brother covers him from the outside. It's a break of at least 4 lengths to Uncle Taco's trying to pick up his best stride. Maneuver to the far outside. Let's go back to the front. Bonco Medici clings to the lead. Zucker Race turns it up. Bonco Medici and Zucker Race. Bonco Medici still with the lead at the 3/16. Zucker Race cannot push on by. Baybank's trying to launch his charge. He's 3rd from the far outside. Bonco Medici keeps on going strongly. Baybank's into 2nd, then Zucker Race. Bonco Medici, he's the winner. Checking in 2nd was Baybank. Here's Uncle Taco up for 3rd. Zucker Race disappointed in 4. Runners running 3rd and 4th, so that 837 a try, $471.75. 83 exact to $240.50. And there they go. Trivia wins the start, but here comes Flattery's Music to her inside. Looks like she's going to pick it up. Crosstalk's pressing from the outside. Mind of Gold comes away running in fourth, then going, gone. In traffic, second last. Joker's Run, a late runner, the last of all. Flattery's Music has the lead, not an easy lead. Trivia's right there with her. Mind of Gold strides into third along the inside. Crosstalk has the fourth position, more than 3 to find at the 3/8. 2.5 to going, gone. In traffic flanks her. Joker's Run, 2.5 behind them. Flattery's Music still at the lead. Midway through the turn, Trivia stays close. She travels well enough. Flattery's Music and Trivia. Flattery's Music has the lead. Trivia still there in second. Mind of Gold is third. In traffic's trying to launch. Trivia won't go away. In third, Mind of Gold. Flattery's Music. Trivia's chasing her all the way to the wire. Flattery's Music. Trivia just will not give up. She is relentless. And here is Trivia. Trivia wins the money. Flattery's Music. And race 7 is official. 7564, the 887, $188.50. A 75 exacta, $130 for the Wednesday night cap. And there they go. Mandatory payout away in last, but he is a late runner. Sneeds fires out to the lead. Inalienable right to second. Here comes Easy Shot. He's going to show pace. Dreamer's Boy wants to go from the inside. Bustin' the Rules is fifth. Then go to Kingfish, mandatory payout, and Marble Moon is the last of 8. And Ray Lou Gutierrez, a very aggressive jockey, has Easy Shot all the way up to the front. From the outside races Sneeds. Dreamer's Boy is third, and right there with him is Inalienable Rights. Mandatory payout strides into fifth from the rail, a little less than 4 lengths off the lead. A length to Bustin' the Rules. Kingfish finds himself a wide trip. He's to the far outside in the clear. Nothing yet from Marble Moon. Sneeds and on the lead. Sneeds and Easy Shot. Easy Shot and Sneeds 1-2. Chasing them, Inalienable Rights and Dreamer's Boy. Mandatory payout runs with Kingfish. They have more than 3.5 to find. They're going to Bustin' the Rules and Marble Moon. Easy Shot and Sneeds from the outside. Sneeds pokes his nose in front. Easy Shot sticks to him. Dreamer's Boy is third, then Inalienable Rights. Kingfish is trying to pick up his best stride. He's been deep throughout, but he still has a look. Mandatory payout has more than 4 to make up in the final quarter of a mile. Sneeds an Easy Shot, Inalienable Rights and Kingfish try to close in together, then mandatory payout to the far outside. Sneeds is the leader. Here comes Kingfish bearing down on the outside, and mandatory payout tries to crash the party. Sneeds and Kingfish. Kingfish is up to the front. Kingfish and Sneeds. Kingfish. A training double for the Finger Lakes Hall of Famer John Grabowski. Pleasant good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, our Monday opener at 1:15, 8 races, fast racetrack. Here are the changes for the Monday program. In the opener, number 6, Vintage, will carry 1 pound over. Race 1 starts the early double, the early pick 4. Second race will commence the early pick 3. No try, no show, no superfecta wagering. Once again, no show, no trifecta, no superfecta wagering in race 2. Couple of scratches. The top 2 in the wagering, 4 and 6, Bustin' Pietra and Old Man Winter. 4 Bustin' Pietra and 6 Old Man Winter, both scratched from the second race. Third race will start the Monday pick 6, $1 minimum wager. Number 2, ASAP Restoration has an additional workout, 23rd of August, Finger Lakes Fast Track that morning, 3/8, 37.40 seconds, breezing. Our Monday Pick 5 gets underway in the 4th race. 1 and 5, the stablemates with additional workouts. 23rd of August, Finger Lakes Fast Track, 3/8. They both worked 38.30 seconds, breezing. That's 1 and 5, the stablemates, Saratoga Kisses and Stay Home Mama. Let's go to the 5th race. Our late pick 4 starts in race 5. 4 and 6 both carry a 1 pound over. Race 6 will commence the late pick 3. Start with the scratch, number 7, Inca Mummy. 7, Inca Mummy out of the 6th. Number 2, She's a Bernardini, a 1 pound over the weight. Our 7th race is clear of change. It will begin the late daily double. No changes in race 7. And the nightcap is also clear of change. No changes for both halves of the late daily double races 7 and 8, both clear of change. Fast Racetrack 8-race program. We start the day at 1:15. Have a great Monday here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Up next, Dave Mattice.
Welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack as we start another week of live racing here in Western New York. Figures to be a nice day today, again in the low 70s. Next week, I can't believe it's almost Labor Day. That means the summer almost over. Some of our kids have to go back to school. Well, next week, before they have to go to school, you can take them here to Finger Lakes, and we got our chicken barbecue as part of Labor Day at the races. That's noon to 5. We got one of our stakes races. Our next stakes race is the Genesee Valley Breeder Stakes, 44th running. That'll be the highlight of the card. That'll be a route race. And then, I don't think the jockeys are going to go a route, but we'll have the jockey foot race. Usually do about 70 yards for the jockey foot race. It's for a good cause. It's for the Permanently Disabled Jockey Fund. Money will be donated to the charity for each rider that enters into the foot race. They'll take place on Monday. That's weather permitting. I know we lost it last year because of the wet weather. Some of the riders had to scratch because they just can't run on a wet track. Well, going back to last week, a few people had good days. John Grabowski. Yeah, that John Grabowski used to be a top rider here in the Finger Lakes Hall of Fame. He had 2 wins as a trainer. And congratulations to John. Carlos Barbosa continues to be a factor as this apprentice rider. He's just been keep visiting the winner's circle. Had another double the other day, and Emmanuel DiDiego's been picking up some better mounts and a lot of mounts. He gets 2 wins on the card as well, going back to last Wednesday. So congratulations to all of them. Seems so long ago. As we look at today's card, 8 races on the card. The first race, an allowance race. Phillies and Bears have never won 3 races. And you could pretty much narrow it down. But it all depends on the scenario here. I mean, now, Silent Invasion, the last time this horse went up against, hey, keep my eye on the boys, keep my eye on the boys, just went on a search and destroy mission. And actually, Keep My Eye on the Boys ended up finishing second ahead of Silent Invasion. Well, it really helped the winner, the two of them battling. It was a small field of 5 horses. The winner just sat off and took advantage of the duel, and both of them were tired coming down the stretch. Now, Keep My Eye on the Boys wasn't as aggressive last time, actually rated off of the pace, so that could be the key here. Now, Vintage does have some speed. I don't know how aggressive Vintage is going to be from the outside as we welcome Sean Bridgmahan back to Finger Lakes, a great rider. He's going to be joining us with a couple mounts today. But I like Silent Invasion's race off of the layoff. This horse ran absolutely huge. Granted, the pace wasn't that fast. He took advantage of pretty slow fractions. But coming off a layoff for that long, the horse had been off since last summer, and then your second start, where you're vulnerable to a bounce, you get pressed into defeat, and maybe that's why she faded so badly. She gets a little bit of a break since that last race, comes back for M. Anthony Ferraro, and all depends on what she has to do early as far as does the 1 go after, how much does the 6 keep her honest, and those are the keys to the race. But I like Silent Invasion, going to use her on top. Now, Vintage is the new face here. She's got 2 wins, obviously, in the 3 lifetime, but only one of those wins were on the dirt, and it was her last race at Saratoga. It was a good effort. She did realistic fractions and beat that claiming field there. So good effort by Vintage off of a little bit of a layoff. So she's a logical horse in here. It's just a question of being outside. Now, obviously, that gives her options, how she breaks. See Silent Invasion. Does she press from the outside or sit just off of that horse? Again, another key to the race in race number 1. She'll be the favorite. Looks like she's 7-5 already. The 1, keep my eye on the boys. She's steadily improving, but you really can't go by the last time she ran against Silent Invasion. Actually, she ran pretty well, considering she won the battle but lost the war as another horse passed by both of them. Well, she won the battle with Silent Invasion. Well, she had another runaway winner last time. Well, it wouldn't run away, but she was far behind the top 2, we'll say, with Tivoli Garden and Saratoga Kisses, who both, well, Saratoga Kisses runs today and should win today. So that was a decent effort. Still not really quite good enough to beat those horses. So she's kind of a horse that is running okay, but not quite good enough to get through this condition until she finds a soft enough field. And I don't think this is it, but I think she hits the board again. Cross Island, I didn't think she ran that well last time. She gets a break and has some good works from that last race. She's a stablemate to Silent Invasion, so you basically got a speed and a closer. If the battle does ensue or the pace takes its toll, Cross Island can rally. I mean, she ran big when she won her 2 lifetime, but it was an easier field. So I'll go 4, 6, 1, 5 in the first. Second race, I got big scratches in here, so no trifecta, no superfecta, no show wagering in the second. And scratch 2 of the big contenders in here, Bussin Pietre and Old Man Winner. Affects, if not the fact that they're going to be the favorites and probably one of those 2 will probably win, it also affects the pace scenario in this race big time with only 4 betting interests left. I thought Nutsy might be able to make the front. It's, Quad Party's got some speed, Night Escort, some tactical enough speed to be close, but I thought Nutsy in a paceless race could take advantage of the scenario with the scratches. I mean, the scratches are big when it comes to the pace. You're only left with 4 horses and none of them have speed. Nutsy hasn't shown that much speed lately either, though, so I don't know if she's still got the sprint speed, but maybe she's quick enough, or he's quick, I keep saying she, because of the first race, but maybe he's quick enough to get to the front end on these horses, and that could be good enough to hold off Night Escort and maybe one of the others. It does look like that's what the race is. Can Nutsy hold off Night Escort, or maybe Beachside runs a big race, runs back to his race 2 back. But Night Escort comes off a good performance. He stayed close, was able to get a perfect trip under Navarro, and that was it. A lot of it was the trip that he got, but he beat a pretty decent field. I mean, the horse that was second and the horse that was third both came back to win their next start. So he's the main contender to Nutsy. He could stay close with Nutsy. He might even be better than Nutsy right now, but I'm looking at more of the pace scenario that maybe Nutsy can make the front end. If he doesn't, that may change the outcome here, but I'm going to go with the 5 with the 1, maybe use both of them in your pick 4. All right, let's see if they catch up. We're on race 3. All right, third race, an allowance race. Goes the distance of 1.70 miles, and starts the pick 6. It's a $1 pick 6, $1 minimum pick 6. Now, another one, the key to the race is the pace scenario. Big George's Kingdom's tough when he's able to get a clear lead. he usually caves it in a little bit when he gets pressed. Last time they left him alone in Big George's Kingdom, gone. Now you're taking 9-5. Do you think that they're going to leave him alone again? I thought Mount Vernon boy, although he doesn't always go to the front end, they use different tactics with him all the time. But man, what an effort by Mount Vernon boy last time. Shot out to the front end and just kept going. It wasn't like he was out there slowly. He just shot out there. He did get loose, but he did some decent fractions and kept going. So I would think that he plays presser. And Wind Giant, I think it's more of a stalking trip here. He likes to lay close to the lead. You notice both his wins, he was close up throughout, almost with the pace in both of those victories, beating ASAP Restoration in that race, who looks like one of the main contenders in this one. Then he tried the New York Derby. Keep in mind, that's a Lasix-free stake, so he had to come off Lasix. And sometimes when you're chasing and you're not competitive, you're going to lose by that many more lengths. So let's draw a line through the New York Derby. And you look at the conditional races, and he's looking for 3 in a row on Lasix, I guess how you look at it. But Wind Giant looks like a strong player in here going back to a conditional allowance race. And I think it's more of a stalking trip. That is if Mount Vernon boy goes out there with Big George's Kingdom. Plus 5-2 morning line's not bad. On this horse, it's basically won 2 in a row before trying to stake. ASAP Restoration, well, it loses Harkey to Wind Giant. That kind of tells you right there. But ASAP Restoration ran big last time. Actually ended up getting a nice trip under Harkey, who's riding very well, by the way. He did work out a trip. I mean, the horse had a 7-post, and he still, you could almost say this horse had a perfect trip. He did. And he timed it just right. Yeah, he did break a little bit slow, but, man, he worked out a trip. That's his best lifetime buyer last time. You say the same thing for Crypto Causeway. I mean, they're both coming off their best lifetime races. But it had a lot to do with the trip. And if the pace does take its toll, if maybe Wind Giant moves soon against Big George's Kingdom, Mount Vernon boy, the horse that probably benefits the most is ASAP Restoration. Could make it 2 in a row. I'll use Big George's Kingdom for third again. It all depends on how much pressure he gets outside him. He's a different horse when he's allowed to be out there alone on the lead. You saw it last time, and those are ridiculous fractions. There was another horse that had a little speed in there, and they just let this horse go last time. And he said, "Thank you very much," and just strolled to victory. I don't see him getting away that easy today. But if he does, he'll win 2 in a row. He's just that good when he's alone on the lead. Crypto Causeway kind of surprised me last time. This horse ran big. He came out of that Big George's Kingdom race where Big George's Kingdom was loose, and then he beat a pretty good field last time with, and of course, you didn't expect him to do so. Well, he earned his best lifetime buyer. That just shows right there that he ran his biggest race of his career. But maybe he's ascending in the right direction and could step up and beat these as well. That was a good effort. Actually, a surprisingly good effort for Crypto Causeway, and he could be this good. 5-2-1-4 in the third. Fourth race starts the pick 5, and really tough to go against the one Saratoga Kisses. I actually got Beth Miller Saul horses 1-2 in this race. And yeah, Saratoga Kisses coming out of the race that she comes out of looks awfully tough. I mean, this race came up easier. She just got to catch I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. Of course, that one can be dangerous if track's good for speed today. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me is going to be out there early. Well, looked like she was going by Tivoli Gardens. Now, I don't know if it was so much Tivoli Gardens kicking in, maybe coming out a little bit, maybe Saratoga Kisses hanging a little bit. I don't know. I thought she still ran big. I think Tivoli Gardens would beat this field. And Saratoga Kisses came off a dominant performance the race before. This is an easier field in a sense, other than Tivoli Gardens, of course. You take that one out of the race, and you basically get this field, and she dominates this field. So she just got to run her race, and I think she could beat these. Stay Home Mama is more of an underneath type. I think she can rally if I Know You Ain't Talking to Me gets taken out of the race by Saratoga Kisses when she tries to pass her. Depends on how early she goes, how early some of these other horses try to make a move. That Stay Home Mama more of a sit back and just pass the tiring horses type horse, and that could generate the Saul Exacta. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me could be dangerous here. She's a little cheaper than the rest of these as far as what she's faced, but she's one of those horses, catch her if you can. And yeah, other than Saratoga Kisses, aren't they basically 5,000 claimers in this race? And that's why you like Saratoga Kisses. So I know you ain't talking to me stepping up, but she's the speed, and she might hang on for a share because, Avid Sukanori won for 5, but she beat up on a real easy group, and she was supposed to win by a lot. Towering Gaze has been basically up over her head. She probably could drop a notch, but she could hit the board in here. She ran into True Empress last time in a sprint. Stay Home Mama, same thing. She comes from out of it, so this is an easier field for Saratoga Kisses. I'm going to go with the 1, 5, 6, and 4 in the 4th. Again, that starts the pick 5. 5th race starts the late pick 4. It's an optional claiming starter allowance condition. A pretty good one, a competitive race. You got Conformist, who won the stakes race, Fiery Heart, who's been just very sharp, Horse Be With You, more of a router, Forward Motion, who somehow found himself alone on the lead last time, ran that big race. Sam A, more of the closer type. I thought Fiery Heart's going to be tough in here. I do not think I'm going to get 4-1 on Fiery Heart, though. I could say, well, I'm looking for a little price here. I'm not going to be that way. The horse is going to be one of the favorites in this race. Ran a second place finish last time to another horse which keeps winning. Royal Suspects won 3 in a row, owning the starter condition in a route. Well, the best way to avoid Royal Suspect, go back to a sprint. That's where you've been winning, and I like the move. I mean, this horse has won 3 in a row, including a starter allowance win in the sprint race. He's back to a sprint, and the horse is 4-1. How can you be 4-1 in here? I mean, I'm going to go with the horse on top. The 2 Conformists, probably the main threat. He gets a little bit of a freshening since his last race in July, losing to Fiery Heart, by the way, who's 4-1 and he's 2-1. Yeah, he's going to have to press Forward Motion in this race, and that's the only downside. Obviously, he's capable of winning here and could win, especially depending on the pace scenario with Forward Motion, how he handles that situation. The 6 Sam A, more of a late runner, gets second and third a lot, but he's running well enough in this condition, or at least the 2 state bred condition, that moving to the starter, he could be very formidable. You could honestly say it's usually a little bit easier going to the starter than the 2 state bred. Usually. Of course, you don't get a horse as sharp as Fiery Heart all the time in those 2 state breds. He did lose to Forward Motion that day, but again, was it New York Anthem didn't go to the lead, and Forward Motion found himself absolutely alone out there. I got him 4th. If he's left alone, he could be dangerous again. Obviously, if he's good enough to win the 2 state bred, he's good enough to win a starter. But he's really had the fortune of some nice racing luck and some easy leads. If he gets the easy lead again, he wins. If he doesn't, he's in the top 3 or 4. It's that simple. I'm going to go with the 3, 2, 6, and 1. Pace scenario means so much for some of these speed horses. All right, now the fun one. Maiden race for the 2-year-olds. This, again, for 2-year-old fillies. Seems like we got more the 2-year-old fillies running than any of the boys. That means good news as we go to the Lady Finger Stakes. It figures to be a big field, especially if we get a lot of the New York breds running in these races. Yeah, it's only 5 furlongs. Keep that in mind when you're looking at some of the breeding and some of the workouts, because we run in these short ones. The other thing is, yeah, they're mostly New York breds in here. I'm looking at Devil at Midnight, who ran in maiden special weight races in New York early in the year. Obviously, they're a little bit easier in New York than they are at Saratoga when you get to the 2-year-old filly races as they get a little more seasoned. But you got to think she's going up against a lot better. I mean, when you consider they're open 2-year-old fillies, and she's facing mostly state-bred fillies here at Finger Lakes, which are probably a step below the state-bred 2-year-old fillies at Saratoga, and I'm not even talking about open. So this should be a horse that's coming out of better races. Her first career start, again, they're not always the strongest of fields. It's only a 5-horse field to start off her career, but it is open. and she still ran third that day, pressed the pace last time, faded, so she's got some experience and some decent breeding. The dam's a half to a grade 1 winner, as a 2-year-old, by the way. That's drill. She might be good enough to beat this field. Sean Bridgman again on this one. The 2, she's a Bernardini, ran into a real good one trained by Carl Grusmark. Yeah, that one just absolutely whistled. So what are you going to do? And she still ran a good second. So the big question is, how good is Devil is Midnight? Dorth's Old Answer is another one coming in here. You don't know how good that one is. But when you consider how good that winner was, she's a Bernardini's race is probably a lot better than how it looks. And she could even improve off its second time over the track out of a dam by Curlin. Probably wants to go longer. The 4, Dorth's Old Answer, they thought enough of her to run her at Saratoga. I guess that's the positive. Keep in mind that's state-bred 2-year-old fillies. If you're comparing her to Devil at Midnight, who's a Kentucky-bred, running against the open 2-year-old fillies. But this was a $40,000 2-year-old. Again, they thought enough of her to run her in that spot. She wasn't that competitive. I guess she was close up in that race. She could be any kind coming here to Finger Lakes, and this should be easier than the spot that she came out of at Saratoga. I will throw, just because Carl Grusmark had those 2 good fillies in a row, I'll throw in the one Miami Twofer. This one's bred more for route, though, so I wouldn't expect her to be as good as the other 2. Now, the first one was the best one. I mean, the one that won for fun. The second one did just get up to win, but still looked pretty good. This one, again, probably wants longer distance than the 5 furlongs. Is a half to Mischief Maker. Remember that one was third. I think it was the New York Oaks was one of the stakes races here. Also a stakes winner during that one's career. Miami Twofer, just throw this one in there. Does have some decent works. Again, doesn't have the works or the sprint breeding that the other 2 had, especially the first one that he had went over the track. But Grusmark is making a living in these 2-year-old filly maiden races. 8, 2, 4, and 1 in the 6. Should be a lot of fun. 2-year-old fillies. Again. 7th race is a competitive one. This goes a distance of 1.70 miles. Kind of like one of the earlier races, but this is a route. There isn't a lot of speed in here. And, you know, looking at it, most of them, you don't have the stretch out sprinters that had some speed in sprints. You got a bunch of routers who don't have a lot of speed. You got Maddie's Express is showing some tactical speed, but I think Kozanda getting a little freshening and a bullet work in him from the inside might be able to hold the rail on Maddie's Express. And that could be a big difference. You're basically going from a wide trip last time from a 7-post, an outside to inside move, but I'm also looking at pace scenario. I think Gemini Slew can get the lead from the inside, but Kozando can also have a little more speed to be out there as well and maybe even get to the front. Now, obviously, Gemini Slew has speed on the inside, but how fast is Gemini Slew still? I mean, last time he went 50 and 115. That doesn't say that this horse has got a lot of speed. He may still be able to get out there and hold the rail, but if not, Kozando can get out there, at least be close up and in the race early. And that's the difference. I mean, this horse was way wide. It probably cost him the race last time with Parade Field. I mean, Parade Field got a nice inside trip up the rail, saving ground. Kozando had to go around. You know, maybe he hung a little bit too, but I think the wide trip did him in. And if you watch the race, he didn't get beat all that badly after being caught wide. Whether he's out there with a pace or not, he's going to get a better trip, you would think, with that inside position, with tactical speed, being up close with the early pace setters. Again, Parade Field beat Kozando when they last faced in that race. Parade Field's had a race since, while Kozando gets a freshening and a good work. And I think that might be an advantage for Kozando, considering he worked so well. Although Parade Field took a trip to Presque didn't run that bad, comes back to Finger Lakes. Again, I think he might have had the advantage. He was a heavy, heavy favorite in that race, but I think the trip might have helped him get home. We'll see. I could see Kozando turning the tables on Parade Field just watching the replay, watching the trip that the two had, and you're probably going to get a completely different trip scenario this time where Kazando could get the better of the trip than Parade Field, and that could be enough to turn the tables. Now, the tricky read is the 4 Trivista, the new face. I mentioned Carlos Barbosa. He had multiple doubles over the last week and a half. And this one drops from a starter allowance for Ilmar Loaiza. He ran against Royal Suspect, was running against some good forces in the starters at Thistledown, then ran in a starter last time, again, Royal Suspect. So it might be a case of just running into a real tough one. Now drops in class to 5,000. I mean, the horse isn't in contention to win those races against Royal Suspect. So how good is he? It's not like he's competitive, but the drop in class might be good enough to get him to the winner's circle. Got to consider him. Another one that's got tactical speed, along with Gemini Slew and Kozanda. Again, no real true burners to go out there in 48, 49. You'd expect a 50 half in here. That's Matty's Express kind of race. He likes to stay up close with the early pace in these route races. He wasn't able to do so and got caught chasing last time and then faded way behind the top 2 finishers, or the top finisher, I should say, in Don't Poke the Cat. Don't Poke the Cat was able to lay closer than normal and then just blew that field away. Big effort by Don't Poke the Cat. So the margin of defeat, maybe not as bad as it looks, because he's not far behind the second place horse. I always say that when you always have one horse just blowing the field away. Yeah, you lose by double digits, but so did everybody else in the race. Yeah, it's not quite the same horse he was last year. Remember when he stretched out last year and was so good in that race? I mean, he did have the one win in the sprint, but he got a nice trip to win it. So he should be better going long. I think the stretch out's going to help. I won't be surprised if he wins because it might be his kind of pace scenario in here. But I'm a little concerned he's not as good as he was last year. One other positive for Matty's Express, his last race was over a good racetrack. This horse has not performed well on off tracks in the past. So I think he definitely prefers getting a fast racing surface, which he'll get today. So some positives for Matty's Express, who's 6-1 morning line. Last race, 11-9 Claimer, going a distance of 5.5 furlongs. Good competitive race to finish it off. Again, looking at pace scenario, it's a major factor, especially when you got, I mean, some of these races today, let's be honest, some of these races you can narrow down to 2 or 3 horses. And this is probably one of them too. But Lieutenant Sam might just have a tactical advantage of just getting to the front end and be gone. The question is he still good enough? He's coming off a little bit of a break since his last race, and it wasn't a good effort. That's the question mark with Lieutenant Sam. But if the horse is on his game, with really without too much pace pressure in here, he just looks gone. But you don't know if you're going to get the same Lieutenant Sam that you got when he went gate to wire back in May. Well, of course, that was 4.5 furlongs. Today's 5.5. But he is the speed. And they're going to have to catch this horse because he's quicker than Escape Mission, who breaks inside him. Now, if Escape Mission is aggressive, goes all out, gets out there with Lieutenant Sam, that might help the other horses in the race. Doesn't help Escape Mission any, but it'll help the other horses in the race, including Angelic Mission, who could get a trip in this race. Now, obviously, Escape Mission is not as fast as Lieutenant Sam, but from the rail, he could be aggressive enough to push that one. Now, Angelic Mission comes out of a race won by CJ's Grand Slam. That horse came off the layoff and was so dominant that you knew the horse was going to come back and win, and did. Well, he came back and won it 2-5. But obviously, he won like a 1-9 shot, which he was supposed to. But he came back to win. And the fact of the matter is, Angelic Mission just got beat by a horse that was sharp coming off the layoff for Jimmy Wright. Good effort to hit the board in there, hits the board again, is a win threat. Matt Doyle, yeah, what can you say about Matt Doyle? I don't know how good Matt Doyle is right now. He doesn't seem to be as good as he looked in his maiden special weight win. But last race he dropped in class, and he did get bothered early in the race. I thought the jockey could have claimed foul in that race because it really affected how he ran. I'm not saying he would have won the race because he still didn't run it too well after that, but I do think it influenced the outcome and where he finished. So from a handicapping standpoint, you got to kind of mention it that, maybe he ran so badly because of the infraction that happened earlier in the race. Although he doesn't look as good as he did when he runs the special weight race. So Matt Doyle's kind of a question mark here. But if he does run back to some of his maiden race wins, or his maiden race win or some of his other races, he should be very formidable in this spot. And again, you got to give him a little bit another chance after what happened when he got bothered last time early in the race. The 3 Klingman, more of a late runner. I'm not sure if he's going to get the pace he needs, and that's been kind of the theme for Klingman. He's one of those late runners. The other race he was forced to be up closer. Last time he broke poorly and had to make up the ground, but he doesn't have much early speed anyway. But it's hard not to see him make a late run and maybe be in your Tri or Super. 3 droppers in here in that 11 and 9 race, so making it very competitive to finish out the day. Went 4-6-2-3. Enjoyed today's races. It looks like it's going to be a nice day. Be out there in the grandstand, watch some horse races. We continue live racing Monday through Wednesday, and then next week, remember, is Labor Day. You want to be out for Labor Day at the races. We got the chicken barbecue, the jockey foot race, and our next stakes race takes place that day. But tomorrow is our next live race day with a 1:15 first post.
Race 1 on the Monday card, fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up, now winners of 3 races, allowance conditions, 1 mile and 70 yards, 6 vintage, 1 pound over. Here they are. Number 1, Keep My Eye on the Boys, John Davila Jr. Next will be number 2, Misty Gale, Jackie Davis. Number 3 is Capital Gal, Kevin Navarro. 4 is Silent Invasion, Luis Perez. 5 is Cross Island, Kay Berkoa, stablemate to Silent Invasion. I'm Anthony Ferraro, conditioning 4 and 5. And here's the heavy favorite, the 6 Vintage, 2-5 with Sean Bridgemahan, 1 pound over. 6 fillies and mares. Our Monday opener begins the early double and the early pick 4, a little more than 4 minutes until post time. Track announcer Tony Kalo up here in the booth. The Monday opener with 6 fillies and mares, a fast racetrack, an 8 race card. The opener starts the early double, the early pick 4. A little bit of value here on the board with my top selection. Number 4, a Silent Invasion, odds-on favorite in this similar condition on the 19th of July. Unfortunately for her, the 1, Keep My Eye on the Boys, decided to really go hard with her early, compromising both of their chances. Saratoga Kisses was the one that reaped all the benefits from that fierce pace battle. Is it going to happen again? It could. I'm a little concerned, but at least Silent Invasion will be outside of Keep My Eye on the Boys. So if John Davila Jr., the jockey aboard 1, Keep My Eye on the Boys, decides to really ascend furiously from the inside, then maybe Luis Perez can grab a hold of Silent Invasion and try to sit a trip, stalking smartly from her flank. You know, in some of her sprint races when she was younger, she was able to kind of sit a trip and come with some run. We'll see if she can do that here in this 2-turn affair. The price is very enticing at 5-1, considering she was the odds-on selection in this similar condition about 5 weeks ago. 6 Vintage is absolutely getting pounded on the board. She is currently a 2-5 in the wagering, a very solid victory on the 30th of July. Should be noted that is a 1-turn, 1 mile affair. I guess a 1.5 turn. They start that at the Wilson Chute at Saratoga. You know, that's always a little bit of cause for concern, but if you really look into her PPs, she was able to 2-turn with success at Golden Gate Fields. I know that was over the synthetic surface, but the fact that she could 2-turn in the Bay Area, my stomping grounds growing up as a kid, Vintage is obviously a contender here off that big win at Saratoga. The price is way too short, though, 2-5. 5 Cross Island, a stablemate to my top selection, looked good winning on the 20th of June. Didn't look too good when facing off against her stablemate on the 4th of July. She's been given ample time with lots of workouts in between. Both of the 4 furlong moves on the 8th of August and the 15th of August are pretty good. We know she can sit a trip and come with a big run, so if there happens to be plenty of pace on Cross Island, could be the one to benefit from it the most. I'll make her my 3rd pick. Then the 3 Capital Gal, who I thought looked good winning on the 25th of July. She got a very nice trip. She took a ton of money. She was my top pick that day. That was the first time she ever received Lasix. And she ran very well, although she will have to improve her final time. 1:47 is not going to stack up against this group. She's 8-1. And the fans recognize that her victory, although it was eye-catching, it was against a little bit inferior, and it wasn't the quickest. 4, 6, 5, 3 in our Monday opener, starting the early double and the early pick 4. Post time in less than 1 minute. The fillies and mares are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the Monday opener. 3 to 5, number 6, Vintage. Field of 6, fillies and mares. 2 mares, 4 fillies. Our Monday opener beginning the early double, the early pick 4. Ready to load Capital Gal. Next will be Silent Invasion. Her stablemate Cross Island will be next. And then we'll get the favorite Vintage into her respective post. Cross Island, one from the outside. Vintage, the last of 6. Big favorite Vintage to the far outside. Ready for the Monday opener. And there they go. Silent Invasion is showing pace. Vintage is her partner from the outside. Keep my eye on the boys. Not sent for speed from the rail inside of a Misty Gale. Capital Gal runs with them. So too does Cross Island. 4 deep. Silent Invasion making the pace. Silent Invasion and her pace partner, the favorite Vintage. Capital Gal's into 3rd. Keep my eye on the boys from off the pace. Cross Island 3 deep through the first turn. And Misty Gale's a little less than 5.5 or 6 from the pacemaker. Silent Invasion. Silent Invasion and Luis Perez about 1.25 to the 5/8 from the heavy favorite Vintage and Sean Bridgemahan. Keep my eye on the boys. Saving ground. Capital Gal matching her. Cross Island 3 deep. Green Silk's little more than 4 from her stablemate. Almost 4 lengths back to Misty Gale. Little less than 8 lengths from first to last. 24 seconds the opening quarter, the half, and 48 4. Silent Invasion and Vintage flanks her. Capital Gal makes a move for 3rd. Keep my eye on the boys backpedaling. Cross Island makes a move into the 4th spot. She's going to have to pick up her stride. 6 off the lead. Nothing yet from Misty Gale. Silent Invasion. Vintage from her outside. Capital Gal being pushed on, trying to come and get the top 2. I'm going to keep my eye on the boys in Cross Island. Silent Invasion. Vintage has been to the outside the entire trip. They remain 1-2 near the 8th pole. In 3rd is Capital Gal. Here's Vintage putting her nose in front. Silent Invasion has fight from the inside. Vintage and Silent Invasion. Vintage, Silent Invasion. Vintage to the outside. Vintage from Silent Invasion. Capital Gal was 3rd, and 4th place goes to Keep My Eye on the Boys. Good way to start the Monday card. Silent Invasion and Vintage 1-2 throughout. Vintage was relentless with her pursuit. Vintage outside of Silent Invasion, 144 and 68/100ths. The final time. Photo will determine the winner. Six is the winner, Vintage. Second place to the 4, Silent Invasion. Third place, 3, Capital Gal. Fourth place, 1, Keep My Eye on the Boys. Vintage makes her way into the winner's circle. That is 2 in a row, and her third overall, a 3-year-old Bay filly by Army Mule out of the dam. Roll Your Eyes. Owned by Jeff Engelhardt and Photos Finish LLC. Winning trainer is Jeff Engelhardt. Winning jockey Jean Bridgemahan. Winner was bred in Kentucky by Jason Hall, Stephen Baker, and others. So Jason Hall, Stephen Baker, and others. All right, the opener is official. 6-4-3-1, that exact to $13. The trifecta, $14.87. 10-cent super, $10.47. 6-4-3-1 in our Monday opener. Second race will commence the early pick 3. Couple of scratches, 4 and 6. Bustin' Pietra, Old Man Winter, with both of those scratches. No show, no trifecta, no superfecta wagering. Our second race in 21 minutes at 1:44. 1 week from today, fans, it's Labor Day. Big day of racing here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Giving away free programs. We'll have our chicken barbecue. That'll be served outside the clubhouse entrance. $15, chicken barbecue with a couple of sides. We'll have a complimentary jockey group photo. We will also have our annual jockey foot race. That's a fan favorite, weather permitting, of course. $200 for each jockey that participates in our jockey foot race will be donated to the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund. Couple of how to bet seminars in the lower clubhouse, so if you're new to thoroughbred racing, check out those how to bet seminars. $20 voucher will be given away via a random drawing for each session. Our stakes race, the scheduled stakes race, is the $50,000 Genesee Valley Breeder Stakes. First post at 1:15, 1 week from today. Another holiday card here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Join us for the Labor Day program, 1:15 first post.
getting ready for race number 2, and no big surprises. The main 2 contenders laid over the rest of the field, Silent Invasion and Vintage. They battled it out. It was Vintage just able to wear down Silent Invasion to get the victory. Sean Bridgemahan makes a successful trip to Finger Lakes. He's got another live one later. He gets the victory, this one for Jeff Engelhart. Second race, 5,000 claimer, non-winners of 2 sets a date, or never won 4. We did lose a couple of the main contenders in here. We're down to 4 betting interests, so no try, no super, and no show, but you got your pick 3, your daily double, and other wagers as well. Could come down to pace here, and it looks like the 5 Nutsy could be able to control the speed in this race. Last time it was the opposite. This one really didn't take to the slop. Production credit was absolutely loose on the front end. So see if the scenario holds up. There's only 4 horses in here, so the pace could play a major factor, and it shouldn't be that fast. The main contender is the one Night Escort. Night Escort coming out of a good race where he won. He beat Magnificent Crone and Preferred Outcome. Now they beat easier fields, but they did come back to win, so it's worth noting that it does turn out to be a key race. His previous race, though, not as good. Was his first start off the layoff, gets another break since then. He does have enough tactile speed. As noticed, he was up close in that race from the inside position with Kevin Navarro. So if he's able to hold the rail on Nutsy, it does make it a more competitive race, and that could be what it comes down to. But it is 6 furlongs, and he does look like the main threat. You got Beachside and Quad Party to round it off, but those look like the main 2 win threats in this race. Nutsy right now at odds of 3 to 5, and Night Escort at 2 to 1. We do scratch the 4, Busted Pietri, and the 6, Old Man Winner. We got no show, no try, and no super in race number 2.
On the track for the second race, 3-year-olds and up, non-winners of 2 races in the past 6 months, or non-winners of 4 races, $5,000 claimer. Sprinting At 6 furlongs, couple of scratches, 4 and 6, Bustin Pietra and Old Man Winter. No show, no trifecta, no superfecta wagering. One Night Escort will be equipped with blinkers at the starting gate. Let's meet the quartet. One is Night Escort, Kevin Navarro. 2 is Beachside with Caber Koa. Next will be number 3, a Quad Party with Nazario Alvarado. And the 5 is Nutsy with Jackie Davis. Nutsy is the favorite. Night Escort the second choice. Once again, no show, no trifecta, no superfecta wagering. 4 and 6 both scratched. 1 gets blinkers at the gate. Race 2 starts the early pick 3. A little more than 4 minutes until post time. Well, I was looking forward to Bustin Pietra and Old Man Winter facing off here in race 2. Get to the racetrack, and we got a couple of scratches in the second, both of the top 2 in the wagering. Leaves us with a quartet. Figured the 5 Nutsy would be the favorite. Nutsy is dropping into a low level of $5,000. He's been in this $5,000 race of late. This will be his third time. It's been a while since Nutsy was able to crack on through to the winner's circle, almost a little more than a year. I'm going to make him my second choice. One Night Escort. Thought he looked pretty good at winning on the 11th of July against a little bit easier. Both the second and third place finisher were able to promptly exit that affair and get their photo taken. Night Escort could make the pace from the inside with an aggressive ride by Kevin Navarro. I'll make him my top pick, trying to fend off Nutsy, who figures to be in a good spot with Jackie Davis. Let's forget about Nutsy's last race. It was not a bad effort, an even third, splitting a field of 6. It was over a sealed, sloppy racetrack. Nutsy's a much better on a fast racetrack. Look at his career record on wet racetracks, fans. He is 0 for 5 in the win column. Does have a second and 2 third place finishes, but he is 4 for 17 on fast racetracks. The question is with Nutsy, where's he going? It's been a while since he won. You know, his last victory was a nice allowance N4L affair. He's had some other chances. The race thereafter, he runs a very good third to Ladies Golden Guy. After that, he threw in about 4 or 5 clunkers in a row. Not a bad 4th place finish to Maddie's Express on the 1st of August. We know his best race makes him formidable. 1-5 here in race 2, starting the early pick 3. About a minute until post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the second race. Night Escort's light favorite over Nutsy. Night Escort to be equipped with blinkers at the gate. Just a quartet after the couple of scratches of Bustin' Pietra and Old Man Winter. Ready to load Night Escort. Next will be Beachside. Quad Party. Had Schatzel's Quad Party and Victor and Nancy Salvato's Nutsy, the last couple to load. There's Nutsy to the outside. Ready for the early pick 3. And there they go. Beachside with a quick start. A slow start for Night Escort, but he is making up ground rapidly, and he will claim the front spot. So here's Night Escort getting to the lead. Beachside, who broke the best, is second. Quad Party's third. And Nutsy is the early trailer from the outside. And despite a slow start, Night Escort, who was last out of the gate, has made the lead. He is flanked by Beachside. Quad Party chases them from third, joined by Nutsy from the far outside. 4 deep for Nutsy heading into the far turn run. And it is Night Escort with the lead. And Beachside stays close, so too does Quad Party, pouncing 3 deep. And here's Nutsy from the far outside. Night Escort, under a vigorous drive from the inside, clings to the lead. Here's Nutsy with all that pass class, making his move from the extreme outside. And Nutsy is up to the front. Night Escort's back to second, then Quad Party and Beachside. Nutsy has the lead. Can't put away Night Escort, who's right back at him. And we got another good race developing in the final furlong. Nutsy and Night Escort. Nutsy going a little better. Night Escort sticks to him like static cling. It's Nutsy and Night Escort. Nutsy will prevail. Nutsy's a little better than Night Escort this afternoon than Beachside and Quad Party. $112 and 78 100ths. Number 5, Nutsy is the unofficial winner. Second place 1, Night Escort. Third place 2, Beachside. Fourth place 3, Quad Party. Make sure to hold all tickets. And the second race is official. Early double 6-5, $6.20. The 5-1 exacta good for $4.50. Nutsy's making his way into the winner's circle. A 5-year-old, a dark bear brown gelding by Exaggerator out of the Damn Special Dream, owned by Victor and Nancy Salvato. Winning trainer Ilmar Loiza. Winning jockey, that girl, Jackie Davis. Kentucky bred by White Fox Farm. Third race will start the pick six. 2 ASAP Restoration with an additional workout 23rd of August here at Finger Lakes Fast Track. 3/8. 37.40 seconds breezing. Other changes in the sequence. Race 6, scratch the 7, Inca Mummy. And that's the only scratch in the sequence. Once again, race 6, scratch 7, Inca Mummy, the only scratch in our Monday pick 6 sequence. 20 minutes away at 2:13.
Getting ready for race number 3. Looking back at the second, well, Nutsy, both favorites didn't break all that well. Nutsy didn't break all that sharp. Neither did Night Escort. Night Escort rushed up from the rail, got the lead. Nutsy able to circle the field and just simply be much the best in there. Jackie Davis for Ilmar Loaiza. Now we look at the third race, an allowance race. I do want to mention, though, before I start with the third, they did just draw for our stakes race on Labor Day. Actually, it matches up a couple past New York Derby winners. Baris, who won the New York Derby last year, is scheduled to run in the race. And then you got Seafoam, who won the New York Derby back in 2018, is entered in our Monday stakes race. So should be an interesting race. That's the feature race on the Labor Day card. Third race, now allowance race that goes a mile 70. It starts the $1 pick 6. Notice the one Big George's Kingdom taking a lot of early play at odds of even money. Probably likely favored after running a good time last time when loose on the lead. The key with Big George's Kingdom, obviously, is he's had the 2 wins. Both of them, he had a 49 and change half. Both of them was clear over 2 or more lengths with that 49 and a half half. So we'll see if he can get that. That's kind of the key with Big George's Kingdom. Very predictable horse. If he can get the lead, it goes too quick, he comes back, or gets pressed, he comes back. If he's able to get out there in 49 and change, he wins. So he's got the rail. You do have some possibility of some pace outside of him. The 5-horse Wind Giant was one of them that can stalk here, at least be close up with Big George's Kingdom and Mount Vernon Boy. He's won 2 straight when going back to his maiden victory in his 2 lifetime. Looked good in both of those wins. Then tried the New York Derby and was not competitive in that 3-year-old stakes race. But keep in mind, in those New York Derby, they do have to come off Lasix and now go back on Lasix for this race. And that's a key here. And if Wind Giant runs back to his previous 2 wins, he's basically looking for 3 in a row in condition. So you're gonna get a little value on him today. He's gone off the post-time favorite the last 2 times today. With Big George's Kingdom going to take a lot of play. If people are assuming that he's going to be alone out on the lead, he's at odds of 6-5. The 2-horse ASAP Restoration would take advantage if this pace gets hot. He's coming off a good-looking victory last time, off his best lifetime buyer. He didn't break all that sharp and may have taken advantage of the off track as well, as he does step up a little bit when it comes to the off-going. But if you're looking for a closer in a race that does have a chance that there could be some pace in here, maybe ASAP Restoration can make it 2 in a row. Mention Big George's Kingdom. He was a dominant win. Keep in mind, he did come home in a pretty fast time last time, as he opened up a big lead. Nobody really ran with him. Again, 49 and change. But he could put 2 together here. Very possibility from that rail position. If he can get clear on the lead, he will prove awfully tough to catch. The 4-horse Crypto Causeway, a much improved horse. This horse broke his maiden off the layoff going 5.5, and then came back out of that Big George's Kingdom race to win against a tough field last time. That one earned his best lifetime buyer in that race. He's currently at odds of 11-1. A little bit of a price in this 6-horse field. Exacta Tri Super, Daily Double, and Pick 3 starts here, and so does the $1 Pick 6.
Coming onto the track for the third race, 1 mile and 70 yards. Allowance conditions, 3-year-olds and up, now winners of 3 races. And here's the field. Number 1, Big George's Kingdom. Caber Koa, he's the current favorite. 2 is ASAP Restoration. Jackie Davis looking for 2 in a row, as is ASAP Restoration. Next will be number 3, Interstate, with Rafael Rohina Jr. 4 is Crypto Causeway, gunning for 2 in a row, Jeremias Flores. 5 is Wind Giant, second choice with the 2. Wind Giant will be ridden by Heeman Hartke. Jeffrey Engelhart looking for a training double, and the 6 is Mount Vernon Boy. He's looking for 2 in a row with Christian Navarro. 2 ASAP Restoration has an additional workout right here at Finger Lakes, 23rd of August. Fast track that morning, 3/8, 37.40 seconds, breezing. This is the first leg of our Monday Pick 6, and post time is a little more than 4 minutes away. Big George's Kingdom, he's the current favorite. He was the morning line favorite. He figured to be the favorite, figures to be the favorite. He's looking for 2 in a row. The question mark is how much will Mount Vernon Boy soften up Big George's Kingdom? George gets to utilize the inside draw. He might be naturally quicker than Mount Vernon Boy, but their interior fractions seem to be somewhat similar on paper. So the big question mark concerning the third race is, will Mount Vernon Boy soften up Big George's Kingdom to the point where it will compromise his chances? That's the question you have to ask yourself. I've landed on the 1 as my top selection. I've always liked this horse. I know when he's on his game, he's as good, if not better, than this group. I'll make him my number 1 pick, although the price is a little light. If Mount Vernon Boy does soften up Big George's Kingdom, 2 and 5 figure to benefit from it the most. 5, Wind Giant, looked good when he graduated, looked good thereafter in his initial test against winners. A little overmatched in the New York Derby. Been given ample time, a little more than 5 weeks, to make his third start against winners. And he is hoping that Mount Vernon Boy can compromise the 1 Big George's Kingdom's chances. He could be in a very nice stalking position and get first run. Wind Giant, the second selection. 2 ASAP Restoration. I've always been a fan of this horse. Kind of kicked myself when I did not select him on the 15th of August. I had selected him on the 27th of June and the 10th of July, and even had a small win wager on him at Saratoga. But unfortunately, I jumped off his bandwagon in favor of Shanty Shack that afternoon. ASAP Restoration ran a very good race. It's a lot of races in a short span. This will be his 3rd race in 23 days. But he has a nice stalking style. And as mentioned earlier, if 1 and 6 take it to one another, the 2 and the 5 are in the best spots. Big George's Kingdom, my top selection here in the 3rd to start our Monday Pick 6. 1 minute, post time in a minute. It's post time for the third race. First leg of our Monday pick six. Big George's Kingdom, a slight favorite over Wind Giant. ASAP Restoration, clear-cut third selection on the board. Field of six facing up to the gate. Big George's Kingdom. ASAP Restoration. Interstate. Crypto Causeway. And a couple to load, Wind Giant and Mount Vernon Boy. Mount Vernon Boy, the last of six to the outside. Ready for the Monday pick six. And there they go. Big George's Kingdom's out for the lead, but here's Mount Vernon Boy as pace partner. Interstate is third to the inside, ASAP Restoration. Wind Giant a little deep at the 7/8 covering Crypto Causeway. Big George's Kingdom has the lead, a little bit off the rail. From the outside is Mount Vernon Boy. Wind Giant gets a deep journey through the early stages. Now he solidifies third, looking to save a little bit of ground. From the rail is Interstate, and Crypto Causeway goes with him. At the back of the pack is ASAP Restoration. Big George's Kingdom, 3 parts of a length to Mount Vernon Boy at the 5/8, nearly 3 lengths back to Wind Giant. Almost a length to Interstate, who continues to save ground. 3 parts of a length to Crypto Causeway, 2.5 to ASAP Restoration at the back of the pack. Not an easy lead for Big George's Kingdom. Mount Vernon Boy's been hounding throughout. They open up 4 lengths to Interstate and Crypto Causeway. Wind Giant's under a little pressure. ASAP Restoration now picking up his best stride from the back of the pack. Mount Vernon Boy putting away Big George's Kingdom. And here comes ASAP Restoration with a big blitz. And he looks like he'll benefit the most from it. ASAP Restoration from last to first in a New York minute. Look at him up to the front. Mount Vernon Boy fights on from second, but ASAP Restoration made this big move, and he's the leader at the 8th pole. Mount Vernon Boy still with a little fight from the inside. Then Wind Giant and Crypto Causeway, but it's ASAP Restoration for 2 in a row, and it's 2 in a row for that girl, Jackie Davis. Mount Vernon Boy second, then Interstate, and Wind Giant checked in fourth. .145.01 the final running time. 2 is the winner, ASAP Restoration. Second place to the 6, Mount Vernon Boy. Third place 3, Interstate. Fourth place 5, Wind Giant. 2, 6, 3, 5 unofficially in the third. 2 in a row, ASAP Restoration. He is a 4-year-old chestnut gelding by a Speedster out of the Damn Wild and Excitable. Owned and trained by Asaph Ronan, back-to-back for that girl, Jackie Davis. The winner was bred in New York by Dr. David Leroy Smart along with Gary Lee Smart. And the third race is official. 2635. The double 5-2, $10. 2-6 exacta, $121. 2-6-3 trifecta, $229.25. 10-cent superfecta, $149.25. And let's just disregard that pick 6 carry over there. Forget about that, fans. Let's move on to the fourth. In the fourth race, number 1, Saratoga Kisses, and the 5, Stay Home Mama. The 2 stablemates have additional workouts, both on the 23rd of August here at Finger Lakes Fast Track that morning, and they both worked 3/8 and 38.30 seconds, breezing. Our fourth race will start our Monday pick 5, and we just have the 1 scratch in the sequence. That's in race 6, scratch the 7, Inca Mummy. Post time in a little more than 20 minutes at 2:42.
Getting ready for race number 4. And, yeah, Mount Vernon Boy went with Big George's Kingdom. Actually, Mount Vernon Boy had a big effort, put away Big George's Kingdom, and just couldn't hold off ASAP Restoration, who's sharp right now. 2 victories in a row for ASAP Restoration, and that was 2 wins in a row for Jackie Davis. Congratulations to her. We go to the 4th race, start the pick 5. It's an allowance race, fillies and mares, non-winners of a state bred going 1 mile and 70. Current favorite, no surprise, is on the inside, the 1, Saratoga Kisses. She lost a close photo to Tivoli Gardens, who's a real good one. That horse was stretch it out, and horse had good early speed and just was able to hold her off. Now the question is, did she hold her off, or did she hang a little bit, or she get bothered a little bit? She was dominant in her previous race by double digits in the 3 Lifetime. She's a very logical horse again today, but no Tivoli Gardens in here. She looks like the one to beat. These 6 horses, I know you ain't talking to me, maybe a big threat here if this horse can get loose. That's what she did last time against 5,000 claimers. It doesn't matter how fast she goes because she just sends out there and she doesn't come back. A little different when you're trying to hold off allowance horses versus claimers, but she is dangerous with that early speed, and she's getting some play at odds of 7-2. Stay Home Mama, maybe more of a top 3 threat than a win threat to beat her stablemate, but she always fires. She ran okay last time behind Saratoga Kisses to be 4th. She only beat a couple horses, but she usually puts in that late run. It wasn't like they came back. Tivoli Gardens didn't come back, and it was Saratoga Kisses just the best of the rest of them. So maybe she can run behind her stablemate and hit the board in here as well for Beth Miller-Saul. But most of the money, no surprises on Saratoga Kisses. Exacta Try, Super Daily Double, and the pick 5 starts in race number 4.
Fourth race, fillies and mares, New York breds, 3-year-olds and up, first state bred condition, 1 mile and 70 yards. Here's the group. Number 1, Saratoga Kisses with Jose Baez. She's the big favorite, looking for 2 out of 3. 2 is Guidance, gunning for 3 in a row. Carlos Barbosa, Ilmar Loaiza looking for a training double for Victor and Nancy Salvato. 3 is Avid Sukanori gunning for 2 in a row. Michael Davila Jr. looks like she skipped the parade. Here's the 4, Towering Gaze with Emmanuel Didiego. Up next will be the 5, Stay Home Mama, stablemate to the 1. Joel Cruz is the jockey. 1 and 5 conditioned by Beth Miller Zoll. 6 is I Know You Ain't Talking to Me, looking for 2 in a row with Carlos Camillo. And once again, the 3, Avid Sukanori with jockey Michael Davila Jr. 1 and 5, the stablemates with additional workouts both on the 23rd of August here at Finger Lakes Fast Track that morning. They both worked 3/8 and 38.30 seconds, breezing. Our 4th race will start the Monday Pick 5 and post time in a little more than 4 minutes. 1, Saratoga Kisses is the big favorite. She deserves the top billing. What a great race she ran in defeat on the 9th of August to Tivoli Gardens. She was the odds-on favorite that day. Ran very well. She gave Tivoli Gardens all she could handle from the top of the lane and the run to the wire. Just missing, coming out on the short end, missing by a head. Prior to that, she really put it all together, winning by 14 3/4 of a length. Now that race was really aided when Silent Invasion and Keep My Eye on the Boys threw it down, setting it up with a very fast opening quarter, and Saratoga Kisses took full advantage as she was in a beautiful stalking position and just powered away from both of those rivals. Her good effort on the 9th of August is the reason why she is the big favorite on the board. She deserves the top billing, and they have to beat her here in the 4th race. Her last 2 races have been her career best races. She's in the best form of her life. I guess that statement's a little redundant. Saratoga Kisses, the favorite and the horse to beat here in the 4th. Couple to think about if you're against her could be the 4, Towering Gaze. I guess we'll give her another look. You're getting a good price this afternoon. Blinkers go on. Didiego and Ralphie D'Alessandro have been doing good things this year. Emmanuel Didiego and Ralph D'Alessandro winning at a good percentage and with a good ROI the last couple of seasons. Didiego riding as good as I've seen him ride in quite some time. You got to go back a few years ago to see Didiego riding as strongly as he is this season. You know, this one was good enough to be the even money favorite on the 25th of July. Granted, it was a short field. Didn't run much in the sprint. We'll see what she can do here. At least the price is enticing. 6, I Know You Ain't Talking to Me, comes into this race on a very positive note, earning her best figure to date. That was a good-looking victory against $5,000 competition. I like Holiday Jazz. Smart Broad's a nice one. Bayou Melody, Fast Fran. She has some good numbers. She seems to be relishing the added real estate. I think the question mark coming into this affair is, A, how will she respond off her best figure? And this is the longest she's not been to the races all season long. Nerca Huertas has been really running this one regularly, about every 14 or 15 days. Now she gets a 27-day break without a workout in between. That's the question mark I have concerning I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. I could see her getting a nice trip, and she's in very sharp form. How will she respond with the lengthy layoff versus all of those races in a short span throughout the course of this 2023 season? After that, it was kind of between the 2 and the 3. I looked at the 3 a little more. Avid Sukanori. She has a lot of past class when she used to be conditioned by Michael S. Ferraro. She really ran well on the 9th of August. Now, granted, they went quick for the level. They went 23-4, and she was in a perfect spot and just powered away from her rivals. She will have to step her game up. Her times don't seem to match up with some of the top ones here in the 4th race. You see that 47 and change, and you see the favorite just ran a 44-4. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me ran 145-3. So Avid Sukanori is going to have to continue with a forward move if she wants to challenge with some of the fancied ones. The 1, Saratoga Kisses, it looks like her race, but we've had some short price favorites go down. She's currently 4-5 in the wagering. This is the first leg of our Monday Pick 5. Post time in about a minute. It's post time for the fourth race. The start of our Monday pick 5. Big favorite along the rail, the one Saratoga Kisses. She will be the first of 6 into the gate. Her stablemate, Stay Home Mama, will be the second to last to load. Saratoga Kisses to post position 1. There's Guidance. Victor and Nancy Salvato and Ilmar Loiza looking for doubles. They got there in race 2 with Nutsy. Avid Zuccanori moving forward. Long shot status for her this afternoon, stepping up in class. There's Towering Gaze, current 3rd selection. There's the favorites, Stablemate, Stay Home Mama. And then the second choice, I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. Ready for the Monday pick 5. And there they go. Good start for I Know You Ain't Talking to Me from the far outside. Guidance is up close. Here is the favorite, Saratoga Kisses, striding into second against the rail. And she will work into the 2 path before the 7/8. Towering Gaze finds herself 4 wide through the first turn. After that, Avid Zuccanori and late running Stay Home Mama, the last of 6. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me with the killer crossover, speeding clear, a length and a half or so to the favorite Saratoga Kisses, all covered up by Guidance. Better than 2.5 lengths to Towering Gaze, isolated in 4th. She's in no hurry, content with her current placing. It's almost 3 lengths back to Avid Zuccanori, who has about 6 or so on Stay Home Mama. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me, a length and a tail to both Guidance and the favorite Saratoga Kisses. And Towering Gaze is a little less than 3 lengths off the lead. Almost 3 lengths to Avid Zuccanori, 2.5 to Stay Home Mama. An even flow, 24 seconds and 48 seconds. And here's Saratoga Kisses to confront I Know You Ain't Talking to Me at the 3/8. And the favorite puts her nose in front. And Towering Gaze is currently in the 4th spot, flanking Guidance. It's a break of 5 lengths or so back to Stay Home Mama. And from her outside, Avid Zuccanori. Saratoga Kisses, the one to beat at the quarter pole. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me is second. And Guidance clings to 3rd. And Towering Gaze is a little even paced. And then we're going to Stay Home Mama and Avid Zuccanori. A final furlong to travel. Saratoga Kisses widens with the top spot. Her stablemate Stay Home Mama's trying to rally into the exacta. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me's now back to 3rd. It's all Saratoga Kisses. And you better call Saul if you want the exacta, because they run 1-2. Saratoga Kisses from Stay Home Mama. Then I Know You Ain't Talking to Me, and Guidance checked in 4th. One is the winner, Saratoga Kisses, big favorite, toys with this group. 145 and 42 100ths the final time. Second and third tight. Photo will determine the second spot. Make sure to hold all tickets. 5, Stay Home Mama's up for second. Third place, 6, I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. Fourth place, 2, Guidance. Saratoga Kisses. 2 out of 3 for this 4-year-old Bay filly by Cantharus out of the dam Kiss the Flag. Owned by Stony Brook Farm Trust. Winning trader Beth Miller-Zoll. Winning jockey Jose Baez. The winner was bred in New York by Scott Pierce. And race 4 is official. A 2-1 double, $9.60. Better Call Zoll Exacta, $22. 156 trifecta, $18.75. 10-cent super, 1562, $7.70. 521 pick 3, early pick 3, $3.60. 6 with 4, 5, 6 with 2 with 1, the early pick 4, $10. Maybe our late pick 4 can do us a little better than that, hopefully. In the 5th race, 4 and 6 both carry a 1 pound over. Horse Be With You and Sam May. Just one scratch in that late pick 4 sequence. Been talking about it all day. Race 6, scratch the 7, Inca Mummy. Our late pick 4 in 22 minutes at 3:13. Fans, don't forget about our complimentary programs online at fingerlakesgaming.com. Click on the racing tab and then scroll on down to a free digital program. All season long free programs online at fingerlakesgaming.com. Once again, click on the racing tab and scroll on down to free digital programs. Live racing every Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday with the first post of 1:15. A simulcast daily from 11:30 until 6 p.m. Open a little later during the Saratoga season and when they're racing. Make sure to sign up and be part of our Finger Lakes bonusbets.com. You play, we pay at fingerlakesbonusbets.com. Great sign-up bonus, outstanding rewards, 6% on Finger Lakes races, streaming video, race replays, and much more. If you're not a member, sign up today. And don't forget about 1 week from today with Labor Day, a big day of racing, 1:15 first post.
Getting ready for race number 5, which starts the late pick 4. No surprises in the 4th to start your pick 5. Saratoga Kisses, probably most people's single. Yes, she did not disappoint. Much the best in there. Jose Baez for trainer Beth Miller-Saul, who also dominated the exacta. We go to the 5th, a starter optional claiming race. 8,000 is the tag, starting price of 5,000 or less in the last 2 years. And looking at the board right now, Fiery Heart. The horse is sharp right now. Can he keep it going, turn him back in distance? He won 3 in a row in sprint races, and then last time ran into another sharp horse in Royal Suspect, who's won 3 in a row. And that was the battle. It was far back to the rest of the field. Well, guess what? The horse that was 3rd came back to win convincingly. Don't poke the cat in his next start. So a lot of arrows point to Fiery Heart. Can he keep that form and get the win here? He's at odds of 6-5. Don't think you're going to get that 4-1. The 2 Conformist, another one that's just continued to be competitive. He is a stakes winner and ran 3rd last time in the starter behind Fiery Heart. No real excuse for him. He didn't get to the front, but he's got forward motion inside him today, so he's got to worry about that one as well. But he does look like a player in here right now, not getting much action at odds of 7-1. Sam A maybe could take advantage if the pace takes his toll a little bit. You do have forward motion, who's probably going to get pressed by Conformist, so look for Sam A to at least try to make a late run to get in the number. Kind of, at this point in his career, a little more at the mercy of the pace, but moving from the 2 state bred to the starter, you would think that this would be an easier spot for Sam A, who has faced some tough customers in the past. Then you go to the inside with the 1 forward motion, who also comes out of the 2 state bred, actually won that condition last time, going a little shorter, 5.5. Consistent horse, moving to the starter, eligible because he did run for 5 earlier in the year, beating up on a easier field. Yeah, he's been well spotted by Anthony Ferraro this year, and does look like a good spot again. But the key to the race is, can he get the lead and a clear lead from that inside position, or how much pressure will he get? He couldn't have had an easier lead than what he had last time when they went 46 and change, and he was able to hold off with those easy fractions in that race. But he did beat a pretty good group of male horses in that race. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 4 starts in race number 5. You got about 9 minutes to post.
Coming onto the track for the fifth race, a nice starter allowance event with an optional claiming tag of $8,000, 3-year-olds and ups. A 6 furlong affair. 4 and 6 both carry at 1 pound over. Horse Be With You and Siamé. Our fifth race will start our late pick 4, post time in a little more than 5 minutes. There's the field. Number 1, Forward Motion, Cabercoa. 2 is Conformist, John Davila Jr. Next will be number 3, Fiery Heart, the favorite with Kevin Navarro. 4 is Horse Be With You, Emmanuel Di Diego. Stablemate to the 2 and 4 conditioned by Chris Engelhart. A 5 is Miami Chrome, Joel Cruz. Ilmar Loaiza looking for a training double. He has the 6, Siamé, and Luis Perez. A field of 6 in race 5, starting our late pick 4, a little more than 4 minutes away. You're looking at the favorite. You're looking at my top pick. That's the 3, Fiery Heart. What a season he's had, fans. Last year, Windy Lee Farm gave us Warriors Revenge. This year, they are throwing Fiery Heart at us. Windy Lee Farm and John Buckley played some pretty big-time poker in the middle of September last year when they jammed Fiery Heart all the way in for maiden 5,000. He was the odds-on favorite, and he ran a very good second. Defeated a length to a repeat winner named Mischievous One. They said, you know what, we probably got a good one here. Let's put him away for the winner, bring him back. Unveiled him as a 4-year-old against maiden special weights. A 6-length score over Pentangeli and Uncle Milty. Pentangeli's been kind of a runner-up status all season long, and Uncle Milty's trying to figure it out. I think he's going to be in for 5,000 this week if I saw the overnight correctly. After that, Fiery Heart ran very well, running down BC Glory Days and Hyper Speed and a allowance N2L. I thought his best race was the 12th of July when he defeated a pretty good group of starter allowance runners. Number 1, Dylan, and one of his rivals, Conformist. Recently, they tried to stretch him out, and he ran very well in defeat, running into a buzzsaw named Royal Suspect, who's been beating up on the 2-turn starter allowance group all season long. Now he's back in a 1-turn sprint. 4-1 on the morning line sure looked pretty good. We're going to have to suffer with a short price here at 8-5. He's my top pick. 2, Conformist has run big this year as well. He ran big last year in 7 starts with 2 wins, a second and a third. He's been even better here in 2023. 4 starts have resulted in 3 wins and 1 third-place finish. His races where he's been victorious have been in the claiming ranks. 5,000 in which he was protected on the 23rd of May. Nobody could step up and get to him. Talk about another good piece of poker playing by Chris Engelhart. That was on the 16th of November when he jammed Conformist in for 5. By doing that, he allows himself to bring him back for 1 free start in 2023, and that was a victorious one. Stepped him back up to the 11 where he really belonged. Missed by a head to Devious Mo, but Devious Mo eventually lost the purse money. Then Conformist came back and beat Mass Appeal in a pretty good race on the 3rd of July. Thought that starter allowance race he ran very well in defeat. I'll make him my 3rd selection. The 1, Forward March, recently won the 2nd Statebred. That's pretty good sledding right there. That was a good group, the Institute and Breaking Stones. Prior to that, he was in that salty starter allowance race, and he finished 4th behind Fiery Heart and Conformist. Forward Motion likes to do his best running near the lead. I'll make him my 3rd pick. And then I looked at the 4, Horse Be With You. He's a new shooter. If the Engleharts thought enough to take him for $5,000, you know they have plans for him down the line. Not sure if he still has the Statebred. Perhaps he doesn't. He probably would have been in there instead of this starter allowance race. But these connections thought enough to go for 5. It's his first start since April. It's probably a prep getting him ready for the starter allowance 2-turn race later on in the season. Horse Be With You. a pretty decent little 5-year-old who's made $108,000. This race is pretty contentious because both of Ilmar Loaiza's runners can really put in big efforts. Miami Chrome and CMA, even though I've left them off the top 4, I have a lot of respect for both of them. 3, Fiery Heart. It's been his season here in 2023. I'm going to hope that trend continues. He's my top pick, currently at 2-1. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Nearing the gate. It's post time for the 5th race. The horses are just arriving at the starting gate. Favoritism with number 3, Fiery Heart. Second choice is the 1, Forward Motion. Third selection, number 2, Conformist. Field of 6 at the gate. First leg of our late pick 4. A starter allowance race, optional claiming tag of $8,000. Zame's the only one eligible for the tag. Forward Motion is in. Here's Conformist. Here's the favorite, Fiery Heart. Horse Be With You, stablemate to Conformist. Chris Engelhart conditioning the 2 and the 4. Ilmar Loaiza conditioning the 5 and the 6. Miami Chrome and Zame. Zame will be the last of 6 to get situated. Victor and Nancy Salvato looking for doubles with Ilmar Loaiza. Late pick 4 time. And there they go. Horse Be With You hopped at the start. Conformist begins the best, but here's Forward Motion, who will pick it up from the inside. In the 3rd spot is Miami Chrome with Fiery Heart and Horse Be With You, and CMA runs with that group from the extreme outside. Forward Motion has a narrow lead. Conformist is all over him. They build up better than 3 to Fiery Heart, who races with Horse Be With You. Another 2.5 for 3 back to Miami Chrome. Better than 3.5 to his stablemate Samay at the back of the pack. 22 and 2 fifths for Forward Motion and Conformist. They remain 1-2. Forward Motion now almost 3 parts of a length. Here's Fiery Heart beginning to pick up his best stride. He's third and he's a little more than 3 from the leaders near the quarter pole. Length and a half to Miami Chrome advancing into the fray. Horse Be With You a little even paced. At the back of the pack, Sam May. Forward Motion and Conformist, and Fiery Heart tries to pick them both up from the outside, flanked by Miami Chrome. Near the 8th pole, Conformist is up to the lead, but for how long? Here's Fiery Heart and Miami Chrome. Fiery Heart, Miami Chrome testing him to the extreme outside. Fiery Heart, it's all about him in 2023. He's a heck of a runner. Miami Chrome was second, and it got pretty tight for the balance. Fiery Heart once again for Windy Lee Farm. Windy Lee Farm had the 2022 Horse of the Year here at Finger Lakes, Warriors Revenge. They've got another good one. His name is Fiery Heart. 112 and 41 100ths. 5 Miami Chrome finishes second. So it is the 3 Fiery Heart as the favorite. 5 Miami Chrome at a big price. Second and third got very tight. Kindly retain all mutual tickets until results have been declared official. Third place, number 4, Horse Be With You. A fourth place, number 1, Forward Motion. Fiery Hearts making his way into the winner's circle. A 4-year-old Abe Gelding by Outwork out of the dam Says Who. 4 out of 5 for Fiery Heart. He is owned by Windy Lee Farm LLC. Winning trainer John Buckley. Winning jockey Kevin Navarro. The winner was bred in Kentucky by Windstar Farm LLC. And race 5 is official. 3-5-4-1. The double 1-3, $8.20. A 3-5 exacta, $39.60. 3-5-4 trifecta, $121.25. 10-cent super, 3-5-4-1, $92.85. And the chalk continues, 2-1-3 for the Chalk Fest on the Monday card. The 2-1-3 pick 3, $5.95. 2-year-olds in action, race 6. 2-year-old fillies. 5 furlongs made in special weights. Scratch 7, Inca Mummy. 2, She's a Bernardini, 1 pound over the weight. Race 6 will start early, pick 3. And post time is in 23 minutes at 3:45.
14 minutes to post for race number 6. And Fiery Harp has been razor sharp. That's 4 wins and a second in 2023. The 1 second was a rout behind another sharp one in Royal Suspect. So this horse has done very little wrong this year, and certainly going to be up for an award. Kevin Navarro for trainer John Buckley. Got some competition in that race, though, from Miami Chrome, horse that's been really underestimated, always right there for Ilmar Loaiza. 6th race, a maiden event, this for 2-year-old fillies, going 5 furlongs, and we've had some good-looking 2-year-old fillies come through these maiden conditions so far this year. We do have a heavy favorite so far in this race right now at odds of 3 to 5, talking about the 8 Devil at Midnight. This one making her 3rd career start. She made a couple starts earlier this summer at Belmont against open 2-year-old fillies. Her debut was really good. Granted, for open 2-year-old fillies, they're going to get a little bit easier in June, but these are mostly New York breds that she's going to be facing here, so this still should be easier. She was part of the pace last time before fading, going a little further at 5.5, back to 5 furlongs today, and looks to be the horse to beat off of the recent form and facing a lot tougher in those open 2-year-old filly races. So facing these horses, she's supposed to be awfully formidable, and she's at odds of 3 to 5. The Dam's a Have to Drill, who was a Grade 1 winner as a 2-year-old, turned out to be a multiple graded stakes winner during that one's career. The 2 horses, She's a Burn and Dee Dee, whose first trip over the track wasn't that bad considering who she ran against. That one's going to be a good one. That winner, trained by Carl Grusmark, was a dominant, good-looking winner in that race. She was the best of the rest, so it's more of a case of who she ran against more than how she ran, and she did run well. She was just not as good as that winner. So she'll make her 3rd start, and if Devil at Midnight doesn't have it, this one from the inside could be awfully tough. Again, it was a buzzsaw that she ran into her first local start. Another one to consider would be the 4, Dorth Soul Dancer. She comes off a race that was off the turf event at Saratoga. The winner, trained by Jeremiah Engelhart, looked good in victory. I think the horse was competitive, ran over the weekend at Saratoga in a stakes race. She ran okay, but just wasn't as good as those stakes company, but that turned out to be a pretty good race that she comes out of despite it coming off the turf. She cost $40,000 as a 2-year-old. She's out of an unraced dam. That unraced dam did cost $160,000 as a yearling by Candy River, so they thought enough of her to try her at Saratoga. Could be a player in here, and she is getting some action right now at odds of 9 to 2. Mentioned Carl Grusmark won 2 of these maiden races for 2-year-olds and looked good in both of them, especially the first winner that he had. This one's out of Skippin Church, whose only win was in a rout. So judge it by the works and judge it by the breeding, this horse probably wants some more distance. She's a have-to Mischief Maker, who's a stakes winner, ran 3rd here in the New York Oaks. So that one getting a little play for trainer Carl Grusmark, who's got to get respect for how his 2-year-old fillies have run. Now you got a couple first-time starters in here. You got Ide Tonight for Jacqueline Falk. This is the first foal out of that dam, more bred for the turf. The 9 is Speed Up. This one's out of a winless dam. Second foal out of that dam. The first was 0-3 as a 2-year-old, but did have a couple wins and 11 starts overall. Of course, that dam by City Zep, who's been pretty good, and not as fast at works as you would want, but Linda Dixon very good with these young horses. So 9 minutes to post for race number 6. We start the late pick 3, Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double also available in here. We scratch the 7, Inca Mummy.
2-year-old fillies are on the track for race 6, a 5-furlong affair made in special weights. Scratch 7, Inca Mummy. 2, She's a Bernardini, 1 pound over the weight. 3, Goodbye New York, a couple of pounds over. 2 pounds over 3, Goodbye New York. First leg of our late pick 3, 8 2-year-old fillies. Race 6 in a little more than 5 minutes. Let's meet the field, beginning with the 2, She's a Bernardini, Emmanuel Di Diego. Next will be number 3, Goodbye New York, Stephen Fred. Here's the 4, Dorth Soul Dancer, Cabercoa. Next will be the 5, Equanimous, Joel Cruz. Beth Miller-Zoll looking for her second training victory on the Monday program. Here's the 6, Ida Nile, Michael Davila Jr., one of 3 debutantes. Scratch 7, 8 is Devil at Midnight. She's the big favorite. Sean Bridgmahan looking for a riding double. Second of 3 debutantes is the 9, Speed Up, and Nazario Alvarado. And the third of the debutantes is the 1, Miami Twofer, Jackie Davis, looking for a riding triple. 8 2-year-old fillies. Race 6, starting our late pick 3 in a little more than 4 minutes. 2-year-old fillies in action here in race 6, a field of 8 after the scratch 3 debutantes. Big favorites, the 8, Devil at Midnight. She's currently 1-2 in the wagering. This is her 3rd career start. Both of her previous starts at beautiful Belmont Park. A promising 3rd in her debut where she had the lead at the top of the lane, still fighting willingly to the 8th pole before succumbing in the late stages, losing by 4 1/4 lengths. She didn't get a lot of love that afternoon. A small field of 5. She had the rail, and she was 16-1 plus. Had a little bit of an awkward start that afternoon, and then rushed up to claim the lead, but could not go on with it. Fans thought so much of that debut run that they decided to really back her in her second start on the 8th of July. So she came back relatively quick from start 1-2, and she was 5-2 in the wagering. Battled to the top of the lane before tiring once again. Now she's here at Finger Lakes with an outside post, and she shortens back to 5 furlongs. Melanie Giddings and Sean Bridgmahan, the big favorite here, Devil at Midnight, a short price at 3-5. We will see. She's shown good speed, but hasn't been able to sustain her run to the wire. Is she worthy of the short favorite? I don't know, fans. There are some other 2-year-olds that are worth a little bit of a look, including the 4, Dorth Soul Dancer. And Anthony Ferraro thought enough to debut her at Saratoga, an off-the-turf affair. She received some pretty good tote support. She was 8-1 that day. Kind of ran an even race. I didn't watch the replay, unfortunately. Looked like she was in contention turning into the lane before tiring. Now she comes back to Finger Lakes, where she had some good works, especially that one on the 7th of July, a good gate move on the 13th of July, and now she has a quick 36-1 out of the gate. I think she's worthy of a little bit of a look as an upset. She's currently 3-1. I'll make her my second choice. 2, She's a Bernardini. Jeremiah Engelhardt thought enough to debut her at Belmont Park in a 5-furlong turf race. Didn't run much that afternoon. Maya then said, you know what, let's get her back to Finger Lakes, or let's get her to Finger Lakes. She ran a decent second. I thought the winner was very impressive that day, My Bronx Baby, a Carl Grusmark filly. It's pretty interesting that Carl Grusmark has won both of the baby races this season. And he does have one 2-year-old in here with the 1, Miami Twofer. Let's get back to the 2, She's a Bernardini, though. She ran pretty good, a distant second. The winner looked really good. She's a Bernardini was the beaten favorite, and she was more than a length and a quarter in front of the 3rd place finisher, and she was showing some promise through the final quarter of a mile. She's worthy of a little bit of an upset look at a 5-1. And after that, I looked at the 5, Equanimous. Equanimous had been working out at Presque Isle, and that's where this one debuted on the 12th of June, and she ran 4th in a field of 7. Didn't get a lot of love at the windows. It should be noted the runner-up came back and graduated thereafter. I like the fact that Equanimous has 4 workouts here at Finger Lakes for her second career start, including a 36-1 on the 4th of August and a very good 48 flat on the 18th of August. Big long shot that has every right to improve in her second career start. 8-4-2-5, race 6, 2-year-old baby girls in action. It starts our late pick 3. One minute, a little less than 1 minute until post time. It's post time for the 6th. 2-year-old fillies in action. Big favorite is the 8 Devil at Midnight. Dorth Soul Dancer and She's a Bernardini vying for second choice. Inside 3 are in. Here is Dorth Soul Dancer. Next will be Equanimous. Ida Denial will be next. The favorite, Devil at Midnight, and Speed Up, one of 3 debutantes. 1, 6, and 3. 1, 6, and 9, all debuting. Big favorite, Devil at Midnight. Sean Bridgemahan looking for 2 on the Monday card, ready for the 2-year-old fillies. Ida Denial acting up. Jockey's out of the saddle. Joel Cruz also out of the saddle of the 5 Equanimous. Michael Davila Jr. being attended behind the starting gate. A little bit of a delay here for the 6th. Michael's climbing back aboard Ida Denial. Joel Cruz back in the saddle. Equanimous just about ready for the 2-year-old fillies. And there they go. Dorth Soul Dancer is showing pace. Here comes the favorite, Devil at Midnight. Miami Twofer quickly away from the inside. She's a Bernardini comes away in a fourth. Equanimous has the fifth spot. Then Speed Up, Goodbye New York, and Ida Denial is the last of all. And Devil at Midnight speeds away. Opens up 2.5 lengths at the 3/8. Now the margin's better than 3. Dorth Soul Dancer second. She's a Bernardini is third from between gals. Miami Twofer from the rail. Equanimous is in the 5th position. 3 deep past the 5/16. Little less than 6 off the pace. Break of nearly 5 lengths to Goodbye New York. Speed Up, nothing from My Denial. And Devil at Midnight is the one to gun down at the 3/16. She's been here before with the top spot. Can she see it all the way to the wire? She's a Bernardini, tries to pick up her stride from the inside. Dorth Soul Dancer now a little even paced. Then we'll go to Equanimous and Miami Twofer clinging to 4th. Devil at Midnight all the way. Another one for Sean Bridgman. In second was She's a Bernardini. 3rd place, Dorth Soul Dancer. 4th and 5th tight between Miami Twofer and Equanimous. $59 65 100ths the final time. 8 Devil at Midnight gets the job done as the heavy favorite. What a chalk fest it has been this afternoon. 2 She's a Bernardini checked in as second. 3rd place to the 4. Dorth Soul Dancer got pretty tight for 4th. Please hold all tickets until results have been declared official. Entering the winner's circle is the 8 Devil at Midnight. 2-year-old dark Bear Brown filly by Unified out of the dam Pinata Cat. Owned and trained by Melanie Giddings. Winning jockey Sean Bridgman. Double for Sean. Winner was bred in Kentucky by Dixiana Farms LLC. 1 Miami Twofer finishes 4th for the Superfecta. Race 6 is official. 8-2-4-1, the top 4 finishers. The double 3-8, $8.40. 8-2 exacta, $8.70. 8-2-4 trifecta, $4.50. 10-cent super 8-2-4-1, $2.77. 7th race is clear of change. It will start our late daily double, and post time is in 23 minutes at 4:17. Both halves of the late double are clear of change. Ladies and gentlemen, 8th race, jockey change 1, escape mission, Heeman Harkey. 8th race, number 1, escape mission, make the jockey Heeman Harkey.
All right, 11 minutes to post for race number 7. Yeah, easier competition today for Devil at Midnight. 2 wins on the day for Sean Bridgman. So a successful trip down the road for Sean. Congratulations to him. He gets the victory for Melanie Giddings at a short price in race number 6. It is what it is, though. Good single in your pick 5. 7th race, 5,000 Claber going to mile 70. Horses have won 2 races since the date or have never won 4 races. Good competitive race in this one. The question is going to be pace in race number 7. But Gemini Slew flashed some speed last time, but didn't go that fast. They went 50 and 115. Not sure if he's going to be as aggressive from the rail. You got Trivisa dropping. He doesn't have much for early speed. Maddie's Express has got some tactical speed, but I wouldn't expect a very quick pace in race number 7. And I think Cozando can be more involved today from his 2 posts. Takes a break since his last race and gets a bullet work, and that's key because this horse likes to be a little bit closer than where he's been his last couple starts. Now he got beat by Parade Field, who's in this race. Parade Field got a nice inside trip, and he got caught hopelessly wide around the turn and still came rallying late and wasn't that badly beaten by Parade Field. So you got to kind of wonder if the roles were reversed and he got the inside trip and Parade Field was forced to go wide, if there would be a difference there and he could turn the tables. Well, they got different post positions today, and that could be key for a horse like Cozando. Plus, Parade Field has had a race since, had to make a trip to Presque Isle before coming back. So I'm going to lean towards Cozando. So a top choice here. Right now at odds of 6-1. Parade Field, an obvious contender, dropped in class and did get that nice inside trip. Of course, you can't fault him for that. He won as a short price. Tried tougher at Presque Isle and didn't run that badly, actually. He only beat 2 horses, but only got beat a couple lengths in that Presque Isle race, which arguably is a tougher spot. So comes back to Finger Lakes. Logical spot here for Parade Field. He's a big top 3 threat. The 4 horse is Trivista. Trivista is an interesting one because he drops from a starter. Never really seen this level. He did run for $5,000 at the fairgrounds, which you got to think those are tougher $5,000 horses where he ran there in February. But has been getting beat double digits by Royal Suspect the last couple races. But you see that last race. It was, Royal Suspect, a multiple winner this year. Fiery Heart won yet again today. And Don't Poke the Cat came back to win convincingly out of that race. So it does turn out to be a very good race. He gets Carlos Barbosa aboard. Carlos had a couple wins on Wednesday. Trivista, see if the class relief helps this one's chances. Definitely plays. Mentioned Maddie's Express. Again, not a lot of speed in there, so that would put this one involved in the early pace as well. He likes to be close up. His last win going 6 furlongs, he was able to stay close in a slow pace. He went 23 for the first quarter for a 3-quarter race. You look at last year, he isn't quite the horse he was last year, but he dominated an 11-9 field when he stretched out to a route back in October. And he beat horses like Kingfish, who was in that race, and he dominated that day. So if he's on his game, he could certainly beat these. He's getting a little bit of play at 5-2, but you got to kind of wonder if he is the same horse he was last year. And I mentioned Don't Poke the Cat that he ran into last time was a double-digit winner. And the other part of that is it was over a good racetrack. And this horse has never hit the board on off track, so he may not have liked the off-going that day. So that's a few of the main contenders here for race number 7. We start the late double. Exacta Tri and Super also available in here.
Seventh race is clear of change. Let's meet the Group 1 Gemini Slew, Emmanuel Di Diego. The Gemini Slew looking for 2 in a row. Onto the 2, Cozando, Cabercoa. 3 is Flat Bill looking for his 10th career victory, Heman Harkey. Next will be number 4, Travista, Carlos Barbosa. Ilmar Loaiza looking for his 2nd training score on the afternoon. 5 is Parade Field, Jackie Davis looking for a 3-bagger. On to the 6, Maddie's Express, Kevin Navarro. Kevin's looking for a riding double, got there earlier with Fiery Heart. And the 7 is Star in the Making, and Nazario Alvarado. He's looking for his 10th career victory, like the 3 and the 4. $5,000 claimers, 1 mile and 70 yards, 3-year-olds and up, non-winners of 2 races since November 28th. They're non-winners of 4 races. This race starts our late double. Both halves of the late double are clear of change. Post time in a little more than 5 minutes. Seventh race will begin our late daily double. Both halves of the late double are clear of change. This might be the most competitive race we have on our Monday card. I'm hoping the next race can be even more competitive since I've got a long shot picked. Thought this 7th race was very contentious from top to bottom. Landed on the 2, Cozando. Lukewarm endorsement here. Like the workout on the 15th of August. Not a bad little workout before that. Nice maintenance move of 49-1. Really picked up the pep in his step up about 8 days later when he improved 6 lengths from that August 7th work. Good 2nd place finish to Parade Field on the 17th of July. He had a wide post. It was only a field of 7, but he was deep throughout. Today he'll get a nice inside trip. Hopefully he can save ground, tip out into the lane, and come with a big run. I liked him a lot on the 3rd of July. Maybe I shouldn't admit that out loud because he didn't run a jump that day. I thought his race before that on the 19th of June, he had a little bit of trouble and he just could not overcome it. Therefore, I endorsed him to really run well on the 3rd of July. I don't know if maybe he didn't like the sealed sloppy racetrack. I don't have a lot of excuses. An improved effort on the 17th of July. I'm hoping this will be his best run of the season here at Finger Lakes. There's a horse that was good enough to win at Tampa this winter and missed by a nose thereafter against better $5,000 competition. I'll take the 5-1, take my chances. 6, Maddie's Express. I was on him on the 16th of August. You know, I kind of handicapped that morning, and I wasn't really anticipating that much of a wet racetrack. I was hoping it was going to dry out and maybe be a little faster or even a good racetrack without being sealed. You know, Maddie's Express has never run a jump on an off track. It was against better. He despises a wet racetrack. Today he's back in against friends for $5,000, back on a fast racetrack. He should be forwardly positioned in a good spot, and his price is currently 3-1. He is definitely one of the players in my opinion. 4, Travista gets a reprieve in class. He's been facing a much better in his couple of starts here. Royal Suspect, we talked about him earlier. Fiery Heart, you see him in the company lines. Salty starter allowance group. Now in against $5,000 claimers. He was good to win a starter allowance race or an optional allowance event at Mountaineer in the middle of May. Ran some pretty good races at the fairgrounds. That race on the 10th of March is the one that really catches the eye. Good enough to run against starter allowance 5 at the fairgrounds. That's got to make him somewhat of a player in this spot. He's a 4-1. And then we get the 5, Parade Field, who defeated my top selection on the 17th of July. Mike Lasessi took him to Presque Isle to try him on the synthetic surface in his subsequent start and ran an even 5th, only a couple of lengths behind the winner. Now back here at Finger Lakes against his friends, another one of the logical contenders. As is the 1, but Gemini Slew put it all together on the 7th of August. Flat Bill runs good races, and Star in the Making. They are both salty veterans that have won a lot of races in the past and made some good amount of money. Pretty good race here in the 7th to start the late daily double. The horses are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the 7th race. Parade Field a slight favorite over Kazando. But Gemini Slew is in. Here is Kazando. Next will be Flat Bill. Flat Bill, Travista, and Star in the Making, all looking for their 10th career trips to the winner's circle. Flat Bill is in. Next will be Travista. There's the current favorite, Parade Field. And a couple to load, Maddie's Express and Star in the Making. Star in the Making, the last one to load to the outside. They're at the post. And there they go. Awkward start for Flat Bill. But Gemini Slew and Kazando begin the best, and Maddie's Express sets up shop from third. Star in the Making from the extreme outside. Then Travista, Parade Field, and Flat Bill after the awkward start is the last of all. And the Gemini Slew's the first of all, making the pace from Kazando's in a cozy spot. Likewise for Maddie's Express, who gets to save some ground, and he's in third. Star in the Making has the fourth position, little more than 5 off the lead, entering the backstretch run. Better than 2 lengths to Parade Field, a length and a tail to Flat Bill, and Travista settles at the back of the pack, and he is the last of 7 at the 5/8. But Gemini Slew 3 parts of a length to Kazando, and Maddie's Express is eager to go from third, but he still remains in a good spot, and he continues to save ground. Better than 3.5 lengths to Star in the Making in Parade Field. A good 4.5 back to Flat Bill. Nothing from Travista on this class drop. But Gemini Slew and Kazando, and Maddie's Express wants to go after them from third. Little more than 3.5 to Parade Field is beginning to close in. Here's Kazando getting the first over. He gets first run on both Maddie's Express and Parade Field. Kazando with a much better trip this afternoon. He's the one to come and catch at the quarter pole from Maddie's Express, and Parade Field's beginning to close in. Kazando, Maddie's Express turns it up. Kazando tries to respond. Maddie's Express and Parade Field both with looks at the 8th pole. Kazando digs in. Got a beautiful trip this afternoon. He's trying to get to the wire in front of his rivals, and he drifts out just a bit. Maddie's Express starts to the inside. Parade Field late on the scene. Kazando from Parade Field. Maddie's Express. Travista distant 4th. $144 and 72/100ths the final time. Inquiry signs coming up on the board. Stewards are looking at this stretch run involving Kazando and Maddie's Express. 2 Kazando is the unofficial winner. Once again, 2 Kazando is the unofficial winner, 144 and 72/100ths. Stewards inquiry in progress. Jockey's objection. Kevin Navarro against Kay Berkoa. Stewards inquiry looking at the 2 and the 6. Jockey's objection, 6 against 2. Make sure to hold all tickets. 2 Cozando is the unofficial winner. 5 Parade Field second. Third place 6 Maddie's Express. Fourth place 4 Travista. 2, 5, 6, 4 unofficially the top 4 finishers. Once again, inquiry in progress. Stewards are reviewing the stretch run. They're looking at 2 and 6. We also have a jockey's objection, 6 against 2. Here is the unofficial winner, number 2, Cozando. A 5-year-old bay gelding by Kozan out of the dam Lemons and Roses. Owned and trained by Anthony Ferraro. Winning jockey Kay Burkoa. The winner was bred in Florida by Brent and Crystal Fernung, along with others. Ladies and gentlemen, after reviewing the stretch run, the stewards have ruled there will be a disqualification. Number 2, Cozando, who originally finished first, has been disqualified and placed third for interfering with the 6 Maddie's Express in deep stretch. New numbers, 5, 6, 2, 4. Once again, 2, Cozando, the original winner, has been disqualified and placed third for interfering with 6 Maddie's Express. New numbers 5, 6, 2, 4 on the board. And coming up next on television monitors, here's a replay of the stretch run. Here's a shot from the pan. And you're going to see the 2 Cozando starts to drift out very late. This causes Maddie's Express to steady slightly. He's going to have to dart to the inside, and it definitely costs him a chance at a proper placing. You see the drifting out of the 2 Cozando. You see 6 Maddie's Express having to steady there just slightly. Stewards felt this was enough to warrant a disqualification. Much better with the pan shot. If we could get rid of those numbers, it'd be even better. But the 2 Cozando, despite being under right-handed urging, just starts to drift out just a little bit late. You're going to see 6 Maddie's Express have to steady slightly. Stewards felt this was enough to warrant the disqualification. You see the 2 Cozando drifting out. You see Maddie's Express steadying slightly, costing him a chance at a proper placing, thus resulting in the disqualification of 2 Cozando from first to third. That's a shot from the 7/8. That one always gives the best look. 5, 6, 2, 4. Still waiting for results to be posted official. 5, 6, 2, 4 unofficially at this time in race 7, to Cosando, disqualified from first to third. And the seventh race is now official. 5-6-2-4. The top four finishers. An 8-5 double, $12.60. 5-6 exacta, good for $42.20. 5-6-2 trifecta, $35. 5-6-2-4 10-cent super, $14.87. One more race to go on our Monday card. Heman Harkey, new jockey, 1 Escape Mission. Once again, we have a jockey change here in the nightcap. Number 1 Escape Mission to Heman Harkey. The nightcap in about 18 minutes. 4:49, the new post time.
All right, go quick here for the last race, the seventh race. You did get the DQ. That means Parade Field gets moved up because of disqualification of Casano. They're getting ready to go out for the eighth. The current favorite is the 2 Matt Doyle, who had the trouble last time. The 4 Lieutenant Sam I thought was the speed. If he can get the lead and get clear in here, he might prove tough to catch. See what happens. He's currently at odds of 2-1. They're going on the track for the last. This is the last race of the day. Next live racing day will be tomorrow with that 1:15 first post.
Coming onto the track for the Monday nightcap, sprinting at 5.5 furlongs, 3-year-olds and up, now winners of 2 races. Claimers 11-9. Heeman Harkey, new jockey 1, Escape Mission. Field of 8, post time in a little more than 5 minutes. Here's the Group 1 Escape Mission. Once again, Heeman Harkey picks up the mount. Escape Mission gunning for 2 in a row. Jackie Davis is looking for 4 on the Monday card. She pilots the 2, Matt Doyle. Windy Lee Farm, John Buckley, Kevin Navarro, all in search of doubles. They team up aboard the 3, Klingman. Forrest Skip the Parade. Here's the 5, Superb Surprise, Jeremiah Flores. 6 is Angelic Mission, Cabercoa. 1 of 2 for Michael S. Ferraro. In between the Ferraro trainees, the 7, Captain of My Heart, Nazario Alvarado. The other Ferraro trainee is the 8, Sorpreso with Carlos Barbosa. And skipping the parade is number 4, Lieutenant Sam and John Davila Jr. Field of 8 in the nightcap, a little more than 4 minutes away. Been a pretty formful Monday afternoon. Perhaps we can end the card with a nice price, and why not the 5, Superb Surprise. 5, Superb Surprise is my top selection. He is 10-1. There you go. There are my top picks, 5, 3, 4, 6. Let's talk about Superb Surprise. I liked what I saw from him on the 24th of April when he graduated pretty nicely. In fact, he defeated Lieutenant Sam that afternoon. I will say this, though. Superb Surprise benefited from a race already under his belt 5 weeks previous, while Lieutenant Sam was making his first start since the middle of February. So a little bit of foundation edge with Superb Surprise that afternoon. I thought Superb Surprise's race on the 24th of May was pretty good, fans. No love whatsoever. 13-1. Ran into a good one. Nobody rides for free. The runner-up had some races already under his belt, came a good running through the lane that day. Superb Surprise had to overcome that outside post, did a lot of the dirty work, got to the front, and still ran strongly to the wire. I don't have a lot of excuses for him in the next 2 races, except perhaps wide trips. In fact, if you look at his last 3 races, he's been stuck out there pretty deep throughout all of those 3 defeats. So there is a little bit of an excuse there from those starts. Now he drops in for 11. He should be forwardly placed. He has a much better post, and we're getting a heck of a price at 9-1. Why not, fans? We owe it to ourselves once in a while to go fishing around here. It's hard to swallow all the chalk all the time. Let's go with 5, Superb Surprise, and a bit of an upset. What about the 3, Klingman? We already know that Windy Lee Farm and John Buckley and Kevin Navarro do a lot of good work. Look at their stats the last 2 seasons. 22% from a huge sample of 207 and a pretty lofty ROI. Klingman is a horse that benefits from lots of pace on up front. So we're going to get Lieutenant Sam, who wants to go. Escape Mission should be gunning from the inside. Matt Doyle, when he broke his maiden, he was forwardly positioned, although the interior fraction's not that fast that afternoon. Then you throw in Lieutenant Sam and my top pick, Superb Surprise. Klingman could get a lot of pace to chase. I know he's shortening back to 5.5, but a shorter race with faster pace on up front. Why can't Klingman come absolutely rolling through the lane? He just needs to get away from the starting gate in much better order. Last couple of races, he's had trouble leaving the starting gate. It's been leaving him with a lot of work to do. I think it's a favorable pace scenario versus his last race. They went 23-1 and 46-1. He's pretty intriguing, fans. 5-1. I really flip-flop back and forth with which one to go with on top. Went with the 5, hoping for the much better price. But I wouldn't be surprised if Klingman really rock and rolls through the lane. 4, Lieutenant Sam makes a lot of sense. He's speedy. He's outside of his other speed. That would be the 1 Escape Mission. We'll have to deal with Superb Surprise a little bit. Drops down to 11. Makes a lot of sense, but we'll see. He's a short price at 2-1, and there are a couple of others in here, like I've mentioned, that I think are offering value. After that, I wasn't sure what to do with Matt Doyle. I didn't really like his last race. Perhaps I needed to go back and watch the replay. Looks like he did have some trouble on the comment line. And the 6 Angelic Mission for Michael S. Ferraro, who usually runs pretty good races, dating back to his concluding 2-year-old race in for the 11 that day. His 3 races this season have all been pretty decent. You know, he hasn't really won yet, although he got moved up via the DQ in his maiden victory. Seems like a player that could come running on through the lane. Pretty nice wagering event here. Superb Surprise and Klingman, my top 2 picks, both offering value. We'll do it all over again tomorrow, fans, with a 1:15 first post for the Tuesday card. The horses are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the Monday Night Cap. Number 4, Lieutenant Sam is the favorite for the nightcap. A field of 8 at the gate. Number 8, Sopresso's already been in his respective post for quite a few minutes. Escape Mission joins him in the starting gate along with Matt Doyle. Here is Klingman. Let's check out the start for Klingman. That's been his issues the last couple of races, getting away from that starting gate. He is a late runner, but he would like to break in good order. Here is the favorite, Lieutenant Sam. Superb Surprise will be third last to load, then Angelic Mission and Captain of My Heart. Once again, the 8 Suppresso has been in the starting gate for quite a few minutes, waiting for the others. One more to load, Captain of My Heart. Captain of My Heart, one from the outside, ready for the Monday Night Cap. And there they go, and Lieutenant Sam caught a flyer. He's all alone with the lead. Plenty of pursuers, including Escape Mission, and here's Superb Surprise, not that quickly away, but striding into third. Captain of My Heart has the 4th spot. Then Angelic Mission. Klingman broke pretty good this afternoon, and he's only 4.5 or 5 off the leaders. Suppresso second last, and Matt Doyle is at the back of the pack, and they are really hooked up front with the leaders. From the inside, Escape Mission and Lieutenant Sam, and they build up better than 4 lengths to Superb Surprise, flanked by Captain of My Heart. Klingman tries to begin a move up the inside with Angelic Mission. Suppresso's finding his best stride second last, and Matt Doyle's at the back. So it is Lieutenant Sam and Escape Mission, and here comes Klingman along the inside, and Suppresso follows in his footsteps. With the lead, Lieutenant Sam. Klingman comes through along the inside. Suppresso needs somewhere to go, a tight spot. Then Angelic Mission, and there's Matt Doyle really picking up his stride, but he's also in a tight spot. And there's Klingman up to the front, and it's Klingman who will get it done. Suppresso with a trouble trip, likewise for Matt Doyle. They are 2nd and 4th respectively. 3rd place went to Lieutenant Sam. It's Klingman in the nightcap. Bartender doubles all the way around. One minute 6 and 31 100ths. All sorts of trouble in that lane. You're going to want to watch that replay several times. Here's the 8 Suppresso as I'm watching the slow-mo. He's full of run. He's got nowhere to go. Here's Matt Doyle, currently in the 6th spot in the 2 path. He's full of run. Not much place to go either for him. So it's the 3 Klingman who benefits with the cleanest trip of all. He broke good this afternoon, saved ground, a nice 9-2. 8 and 2 with troubled trips. The 8's the unofficial runner-up. Photo for the show, though. 1 minute 6 and 31 100ths, the final time. For Lieutenant Sam, checks in a 3rd, 4th place to the 2, Matt Doyle, 3842, 3842 on the board. Here's Klingman. He's a 4-year-old dark bear brown gelding by Central Banker out of the dam Miss Curly de Oro. Windy Leaf Farm, John Buckley, Kevin Navarro, Bartender, doubles all the way around. The winner was bred in New York by Windy Leaf Farm, New York LLC. And the nightcap is official. 3842, top 4 finishers. The late double, 5-3, $40.20. A 3-8 exacta, $56.50. 3-8-4 trifecta, $85.87. 10-cent super, 3842, $46.35. 8-5-3, late pick 3, $22.50. 3 with 7, 8 with 5 with 3. Our late pick 4, $54.75. Monday, pick 5, 1 with 3 with 7, 8 with 5 with 3, $94.50. All 6 in the pick 6, 2 with 1 with 3 with 7, 8 with 5 with 3, all 6, $934.50. 5 out of 6, good for $10.30. That's it for the Monday card. We will do it all over again tomorrow at 1:15 first post. Don't forget free online programs, fingerlakesgaming.com. Click on the racing tab, scroll on down to free digital program. Sure hope you had a great Monday. When leaving the track, please drive very carefully. This has been Racing from Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Good night, everyone.